GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Isaac traveled all the way from the Volta region to the Greater Accra to find something and do for himself. Today on this episode of Everyday People, we speak with Mr. Isaac, who sells plastic bowls and, you know, water bottle and all of that. I want to find out why he also decided to take up this business. My name is Victoria Chebafo and this is Everyday People. Join me, let's speak with him. Pacho, udin the same?
Isaac.
See, Ushe Juma we have say Achepa.
Ache.
That's how many years?
More than 15 years, and I'm 17.
17. And see, don't market on me and why I be paying Sammy.
Okay. We started free Bando.
Bando.
And I made the bar first. I'm a sako. That's what I made the bar.
See, me samba bag be but him bisao unkola brim. Impempi obi enyia eni daso se ebia minyia me pese me yese ebia pese me ye doctor ni pese me ye lawyer na se be no pese o ye den.
Oh. Pese me ye soldier ni ba school no me kwa me ntimi me team do as a maybe so form 2 and I mean stop school no.
JHS2 and
what's it?
JHS2 and SHS2.
GSS2. And I'm starting my business. First, let me to force. And I mean, we are free. Commence aba or the boss na boss ni bi aba also. We so ska omunti, ni be bua no ne o kere memu. Okay, and I'm be bua no ye ko chinsa ye ko tamale. And I'm saba. Ska na me nya na me ba start wo. Accra ya na me de kuko bando.
School no owie JHS2 na ebia sike ni fia na say na waso ye den kakra nti na won peso beko
na aso ye den kakra na ngasa na me pese me nko
ani nti na waso ye den
also say na be start business no ma hu say me nya kakra o mti na ma start na stop school no
sata na we di be sen now age now
it was if I say 2022
at age 20 no and ejuma eba we ni so prekope
yeah
nti e man is an our phone so mo ka parents omo take any sen
e papa no mama dey say anya wo na metra me auntie back wo bando no ba mo free omo wo village my friend go no say bumbula no mo nti me auntie ho na metra wo bando na kasa
nti wo ma men want no mo nchen kra
metra mo nchen kakra ba Manyesa too much.
See, want to honum no nti want honum no be introduce you for say edwuma nana.
Yeah. Ni me school nyina say me ton force ama obi answer. Answer na businessman we aba frequency aba answer me di nechi.
Nti o school anopa na wa beton force na say na yen.
Yes. Because school anopa ewianom no aba beton force for market me.
And school na mo pon time ben.
Oh, by that time I say 130 that way.
We are 130. Okay. No beton force now for
up to Anumbre and I do 6 o'clock na.
That time no na and one now dey detail school fees and answer then.
Oh. Me auntie to school fees mama. And I'm papa to Mr. Ni school ama me auntie no.
Ti ani tana o ton force o papa and want to school fees and na adent na
anka some business wo me business. Me ntia sekura me auntie me mama nua ba kokora ho no to nyaadua ntimitimi gini nyaadua market a de chi market ni na amano bia wan sakura mitimi tu sakura mitimi to amano ede nti sada ni nyina wo memu mitimi kora brem
nti after JHS said I can JHS2 and now she say we yes edwuma we nti wo wire number
bacha
nti for 17 years here o ton plastic bowls e de na betumi do say so bo aka say me Isaac me share edwuma we so etumi ay say ni say
okay Masi me papa fie anya mi na meto asase no ba masi dan chimba ho miensa ho mo mo fie ho no na nsa ho nso mato asase ho no da float bi ho no nti
dan na 3 chembe ho no when we see ama wa wo fo ma me no o papa na
mi papa de wa frem ba masi wo fie no keke sa anya mi na meto asase anya wani nti
sasa we see ama ebusuan
Masia mabusiano.
Na insawe me na honum na ote.
O da bi afina me ko honum afina me eya bibi kura honum.
Nti o man so school no omo JHS SHS.
Ba ku de o we JHS no na se ya afina be ko SS no. Ba de omo ko ebi o phone 1 ebi o phone 2.
Questions where I'm meter be sanko for pa obi wo no ma e bia isan se won to me anko school nti no pimpia no onnu ne ho edru mre bia o say senka me ko school an kanya senka me gina area so yes ade eto de bia e ba wadwum se e ye o ya se won to me anto school ni so ana
apa ye me pa because say na person as we I didn't person me my brother mo me because business na atanse kwa because na asaba from what they say na start ntia nka government work bi na bi na me year e be bua me che ba business no so e ye de
nti aheya na de bia oba obe park wana aheya
ba try
nti me hu se cars twem na wo se wo pia na wo nti na yesa oba e ban sa wo ye den
minister station bi anti sa cars be twem na ma apia ma mo
na we
Yes.
I am to say, Mamma Tony, a tax anyway from some CG from someone.
Oh, yeah, be cheaper,
Like every day.
Every day.
Every day, be a Joseph.
Oh, one city ticket, you know.
What ba market one day be a business like young Toshi cry a banasada?
Oh, and there, oh, remember me, sir. But about it, be a scan of us on your own Yanusaba. I am a profit and at times our profit in the Abia when you are 200 cities be an 300 cities be actually a send a mutu at the animal. And then I'll
final words are the mama ABO or Wabonti on so or Tony maybe to say ABO when they say any that's so anyone then I'll be catching
business and that's what they are. One body and also Kakrakra, Sana Mimfan Kakrakra. We talk a crime about with Gususa, but Namidi Namidi Bibiana, Medicine Manamonso, and my business now to be on my song. Say also bombard in the air.
This is the story of Isaac from the Volta region. It has been Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. I'll see you in the next episode. My name is Victoria Chebafo.
I also noticed with the live songs, almost each show you guys played was different. It could be the same song, Concrete Jungle, Positive Vibration, but from show to show the songs are different. How do you do that?
Bob would smoke some herb, and we would see that he was in the mood, and so we were just riding with him. We knew him. We know how he was very charismatic on stage. Sometimes he was even more, because when he was in the spirit, he could dance for like 10, 15, 20 minutes. He just dancing and holding his guitar, just vibing the audience. He had that energy. So we just would follow along with him.
Okay.
It was the energy on stage with everybody. Because you had the I Trees had their vibe, the Barrett brothers had their vibe.
Right.
I always used to stand next to Carly and Tyrone. I was always out of the way.
Yes. Yeah, I noticed that.
If you see, my thing was just to be strength. I didn't want to really be behind Bob.
Okay.
And just being a monkey, jumping around, and that's not me. Other people are better doing that than me.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
And I'm sure that you understand exactly what I'm saying.
You understand.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Health Focus on GhanaWeb TV with me, Stella J. Johnson. Today we are putting into focus HIV/AIDS, because AIDS has become a phenomenon that is affecting a lot of people in Ghana, and even on a larger scale, that's the world at large. Today we are going to talk about how you can avoid contracting AIDS, and even when you do, what you can do to be able to stay still healthy and live a normal and a happy life. Today I'm joined by Mr. Ernest Amwabeng Otson. He is the president of the Ghana HIV and AIDS Network. So today on Health Focus, be sure to expect that we are going to talk about what HIV and AIDS is for people who know and may have forgotten, some of the signs and symptoms that you would have to look out for if you have like any problem at all, because sometimes AIDS and other sicknesses may have the same signs and symptoms. I'm not an expert, I'm just your host, and so I'll now take it to my experts so that we delve more into the conversation. Hello, Mr. Amwabeng Otson.
Hi.
My name is Stella.
Stella.
Yes.
I hope you're doing well.
I'm very well, and
Good.
you?
I'm also
Thank you
fine.
so much for joining us today. So, first of all, to set the ground ruling, what is HIV and what is AIDS? Are they the same, or they are two different entities on their own?
Well, thank you very much, and I'm happy you are starting with this question because most of the time people confuse the two and they think they are the same. No, they are not the same. Okay. HIV, as the acronym stands for, is Human Immunodeficiency Virus.
Okay.
Human Immunodeficiency Virus. And then AIDS is Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome. So here's the difference. When someone gets HIV, they have only gotten the virus.
Okay.
That can potentially lead to AIDS, but not at the AIDS stage yet.
Okay.
So when you get the virus, you may live your life very normal without showing any signs and symptoms.
Okay.
When you get to the AIDS stage, that is where you experience the syndrome. The syndrome simply meaning that different diseases affecting you at the same time. That's a syndrome.
Okay.
So when somebody gets HIV and the virus is not treated, it gets to a stage where the person's immune system becomes very weak. And at that stage, different types of diseases that we call opportunistic infections now begin to affect the individual.
Okay.
So the person will be getting diseases like tuberculosis. The person can be getting malaria, severe fever. The person can get shingles. You can get all manner of diarrhea, all manner of sicknesses happening to you at the same time.
Okay.
That is the syndrome. Different kinds of diseases attacking you at the same time. It is at that point that we say you have AIDS.
Okay.
But these days we don't even call it AIDS. These days we call it advanced HIV.
Okay.
So when you don't treat the HIV, it advances and it weakens your immune system.
Okay, that's a new one. Advanced HIV.
Yes.
Okay, so from here, when you have HIV, we are going to now talk about some of the signs and symptoms. But if I'm getting this clear, does HIV have a potential to be cured?
Well, the first case was recorded in 1981.
Okay.
In the US. And here in Ghana, we recorded our first case in 1986.
Yeah.
From the 80s to date, a lot of research has gone on, but none of them has led to a cure yet.
For HIV?
For HIV.
Okay.
So as we speak, there is no cure for HIV. However, there is treatment. Treatment meaning that we can manage the situation without necessarily eradicating it. So we manage it. And now we have very advanced antiretroviral medications that can help you to manage the situation for the rest of your life.
Okay.
So in Ghana, for example, last year, 2024, we celebrated 20 years of antiretroviral therapy in the country. And I know people who went on treatment as far back as 20 years ago and they are still alive. A typical example is the president of the network of persons living with HIV. She'll be 70 this year and she has lived with the virus for more than 30 years.
Wow.
And she's been on treatment since we started treatment here in Ghana. And she's still very much alive. And I personally know people some 15 years, some 17, 18 years, they are still very much alive and have been on treatment.
Wow. Yes. So we are going to talk about treatment, but before that, you know, generally what we know is that HIV, right? I don't even know how to say it. Can I say HIV and AIDS, or can I say AIDS?
No, you can say HIV.
I can say HIV.
Yes.
Okay. So we know that HIV, one of the main modes of transmission is, you know, you can get it from an infected person through sexual intercourse and all that. But what are some of the, you know, most prevalent modes of transmission that we've had since when it was
the first case was
detected?
Thank you very much for the question. So in Ghana, we have 4 important, you know, modes, or 4 identified modes of transmission. The very first one is what you mentioned, where one person transmits the virus to the other person through sex.
Okay.
So, sexual intercourse with an infected person, that is the most prevalent mode of transmission. In Ghana, about 80% of all our cases are from sexual intercourse. About 80% of all our cases. The second mode of transmission is from mother to child. Yes. So where a mother is infected and the mother does not go on treatment, there is that potential that the mother can pass on the virus to the child. And in Ghana, about 15% of all our cases are from mother to child.
The rest of the 5%?
The rest of the 5%, sharp objects, like persons who inject drug.
Okay.
So, you know, sometimes they share the needle in a brotherhood form. This one takes the needle.
Drug abuse.
So this person injects and then gives the syringe so that the other person, and also injects.
People do that?
Yes.
Wow.
So, and then plus the sharing of sharp objects like blade.
Yeah.
We go to the saloon all the time. Clippers are used on our heads. You know, there are these people who go around our various communities, markets, exactly, to do pedicure, manicure, and all of that. And they use unsterilized equipment. So that is also one possible means of getting the
virus. Not to cut you, but
and
the sterilization.
The final one is blood transfusion, where you get transfused with blood, but then maybe the blood is contaminated.
But wouldn't that count as negligence on part of
men? Yes. In the early days, we used to have a lot of those cases, but now there's vast improvement. So now the blood is tested thoroughly before it is transfused to other persons.
Like I was asking,
yes.
So does sterilization, kill the virus?
Oh yes.
Sterilization of the objects that we use to.
Yes.
So it means that sterilization is something that we have to.
No, we have to take it seriously.
Okay.
Because it's how do I say it? Viruses don't die, so it just weakens the virus and makes them inactive. Let's put it that way. It makes them inactive, so they cannot infect you.
Okay. So on that tangent. I was going to ask you this when we talk about treatments, but let me just chip it in now. When you talk about people have had it and they've taken antiretroviral drugs and now they are living
very normal. Yes.
Do they still have? Does it get to a point where they are no longer able to transmit or infect other people?
That's a very good question. So, as part of our campaign, there's something we call U equals U. It's part of our campaign acronyms.
Okay.
Undetectable equals untransmissible.
Okay.
What it simply means is that when somebody goes on treatment and the person stays on treatment, takes the medicine religiously as prescribed by the doctor, not mixing with other things, but stays on medication. Within a period of 6 months, maximum 1 year, the person will achieve viral suppression. Viral suppression simply means that it gets to the point where the amount of virus in the person becomes very, very low. Very, very low. And even the ones that are present are inactive.
Okay.
So at that stage, that person cannot pass on the virus to another person.
Okay.
So it's seen within the health circles, within the public health strategy, as a prevention method
for transmission.
For transmission.
Okay.
Because you have two people. One is positive, one is negative. If the one who is positive goes on treatment, achieves viral suppression, this person will not be able to pass on the virus to the next person. So that is why we have persons we call discordant couples. That is couples who are living together or staying together. One is positive, the other is negative, and yet the one who is negative does not become, infected.
Okay.
And that is because the one with the virus has achieved viral suppression.
Okay. So on that particular tangent, does it mean that you can only the virus can only be transmitted through blood, bodily fluid, saliva, maybe through urine? You go to the washroom, someone has left. Apart from blood, are there other modes of transmission?
Okay. So again, that's a very important question. So apart from blood, the other bodily fluids that can transmit or contain a virus are: one, breast milk. Breast milk can contain the virus. Vaginal fluid can also contain the virus. And then semen can also contain the virus. The rest, like saliva, no. Sweat, no. Urine, no.
Okay.
Fecal matter, no.
Okay, so now it explains to me and gives me a broader picture on why it can be transmitted through sex a lot and from mother to child.
Exactly.
Okay, so now that we've established all that, can we now talk about how you would know that you have HIV?
Okay, so the surest way you can know that you have HIV is through testing.
Okay.
Testing is the surest way by which we know that someone is HIV positive. Okay. And there are different kinds of tests. These days, we even have self-test kits.
Okay.
And when I was coming to the studio, I came with a sample of a self-test kit.
Okay.
Where you yourself
can test. Okay.
If you don't want to go to a health facility, you yourself, you can
I can test it on my own in my room.
In your room.
So is it available in the pharmacy?
So currently, some pharmacies have stock.
Okay.
But the ones we are promoting now, these are the ones that the Global Fund has bought for Ghana, and so we give them out for free.
Okay.
But there are some pharmacies that have some other variations of the self-test kits.
Okay, so when we will actually test it out, I want to see
very
how it's done.
Yes. So I'll give you one and you try yourself, or I can explain to you how you go. So testing is one of the surest ways you can know.
Okay.
The other means is that when someone starts showing certain symptoms. Now, I'm going to mention some symptoms, but these symptoms may be common to other health conditions.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean that if you see this thing, then necessarily the person is HIV positive.
Okay.
But clinically, what has been established is that when someone gets the virus, as I mentioned earlier, the person can live on for many years without showing symptoms. Some people can live up to 5 years, 6 years, some up to 10 years and more. And this is because naturally, these people have very strong immune systems.
Okay.
For those with very weak immune system, less than 5 years, let's say 2-3 years, they will start showing the symptoms. So one of the number one symptoms that we have recorded in Ghana is tuberculosis.
Okay.
When people get infected with tuberculosis, there's a likelihood that they may be, infected with HIV as well. So getting tuberculosis is one of the red flags we look out for. The other one has to do with a sharp loss in weight.
Okay.
Within a very short time, somebody loses weight for inexplicable reasons. The person is eating, doing everything all right, but then for no reason, just keeps on losing weight, keeps on losing weight, keeps on losing weight. When that happens, it's also one of the major symptoms. The other one is fever, malaria, and its associated condition of sweating heavily at night. You will see that the person will be sweating heavily at night. Their clothes will get drenched in sweat, and it keeps on persisting for some time. Another major symptom is diarrhea. The person gets diarrhea, and just for 2 weeks the diarrhea is running non-stop. You take all manner of medications, take antibiotics, take everything, but still the diarrhea is persisting. That's also one of the major symptoms. Then we have oral thrush. Okay. So you see some whitish substances around a person's mouth. Then we have sores in the person's private parts.
Okay.
So you can see some sores, coming up in the person's private parts. Then you have genital warts.
Okay. So warts is like an STI.
Yes, an STI.
But it's also a symptom of HIV.
Yes, because remember, I told you that when you get the HIV, it weakens your immune system, and it gets to the point where opportunistic infections come into being. So all of these things that I'm mentioning, some of them are some of these opportunistic infections that affect you. So some of the STIs are closely. And that is why when somebody reports an STI in a clinic, most of the time the doctors will do an HIV test. Yes, because it could be an indicator that the person probably has the virus as well. Okay. Then one other important symptom that I need to mention is shingles, what you call in our local parlance anansi.
Okay.
It affects a part of your skin, the skin, and it is believed that if the thing goes round and round,
anansi is a skin condition.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it can be here, parts of your body.
When you mentioned anansi, I was thinking of pins and needles.
No,
in your legs.
No.
Okay.
So the skin, condition, makes some marks there and all of that. So anansi is also another major symptom of the virus, being present in you. So when you see all of this, or a combination of some of these symptoms, then it is time to visit a doctor and do a test just to be sure.
Right.
Because it could be another condition.
Yeah, I want to join you to emphasize the fact, because some of the things that you mentioned are very common to other medical conditions. For example, tuberculosis on its own can have like a lot of the symptoms that you have mentioned. That doesn't mean that if you see these symptoms.
So, but what we've seen is that if you look at the number of AIDS deaths, about 15% have tuberculosis.
Okay.
Yeah. So that co-infection, there's a strong linkage between.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation.
2007. I was Ghana Police Service in
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hi viewers, welcome to another edition of Sports Check. My name is Frank Echampon. Today I am here with someone who has an inspiring journey, Prince Mowbray. Prince, welcome to Sports Check.
Thank you, thank you. Nice to see you.
It's been a while.
Yes, yes.
Prince, there's been lots to talk about. What inspired you into this athletics journey?
I've always been an athlete. Since I was young, I always looked up to the athletes on TV. So ever since I was 4 or 5 years old, I've been wanting to do sports, and I started in elementary school and I continued until my professional career now.
Well, as youngsters, we all have a dream. Was athletics the dream for you while growing up?
Yeah, it was one of my dreams. My first dream was to be like Michael Jackson. So Michael Jackson. So that was my first dream, and then just because of I was physically gifted, I continued into athletics. So between being an entertainer and an athlete, those two were my first dreams.
What was the journey growing up, and what was the process you went through to
I started competing in maybe elementary school, which is JHS here. And I was in the States, so I've been in the States since I was 5 years old.
Okay.
So I started from JHS all the way to university.
Yep.
And I took a few wrong directions.
Okay.
And I came back on track. And now it's been a great journey.
You mentioned about taking some wrong tracks, and then mentioned being in the States. Can you run us through a background check of Prince Maubrey?
Yeah, sure. I was admitted into one of the top universities in the country, and for wrestling and my academic abilities.
Okay.
And I found out that I wasn't given a full scholarship. So at 18 years old, I decided to try to raise money for my, I think it was about $30,000, which is more than 50,000 cities per year tuition.
Okay.
No, more than 500,000 cities, more than 500,000 cities per year tuition.
Okay.
And I decided to turn to selling drugs in university to pay for my. I was caught and I was facing 60 years in jail.
60.
60. And by the grace of Jesus Christ, I was all my charges was dropped after a few years of going back and forth to court. My charges were dropped, and then I turned into the right course.
The right course?
Which is just focusing on athletics and earning money the right way. I didn't finish school as I would have wanted to at the time. But now, in retrospect, with everything that I've gone through in life, all the things that I've accomplished, I realized that it wasn't my destiny to finish school because I wanted to be a doctor. I went for pre-med, and I wanted to be a doctor. And I realized now I don't want to be a doctor. I love inspiring people with what I do as far as my athletics and the books that I've written that have gone to bestseller worldwide. And if I was a doctor, I'll be in the office or a hospital every day, which is, I wouldn't have the reach as I do now.
Yeah.
So it was by fate that I went in that path, and that has led me here.
So let's come to the athletics journey.
Yeah.
Right now, at this moment, what is Prince Maubrey doing about his athletics journey?
I've been training for a long time, for many years. Last year, as you
Your direction, Mr. Speaker. Table office, take note. Is it double A or single A? Any further corrections? Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. 11. Yes, Honorable Professor Kinsley Nyako.
Honorable Speaker, on page 11, minor correction before item 10. The Honorable Second Deputy Speaker thanked the Honorable Minister. I is missing after N. So this is a minor correction, M-I-N-I. The I is missing. Thank you.
Noted. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if I may crave your indulgence to take you back to page 4. Yes, I just noticed that...
Honorable Majority Leader, let's finish page 11, then we can go to page.
Okay.
Page 4. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Page 9.
Item number 9, question number 8. Third line, Rapon. It's supposed to be WORPONG, not PU. It's Rapon, not you.
Very well.
Thank you.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 11, 15. The name, item number 2, is Nasia Kparigu. Kparigu is spelled as K-P-A-R-I-G-U, not R-O. And when you come to item number, Mr. Speaker, Pasenke, item number 3, Wulugu Pasenke. Pasenke is spelled as K-P-A-S-E-N, K-P-E. So it is not K-P-A-N. The N comes after the S-E-N. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, take note of the correction at page 11 as well as page 9. Honorable Majority Leader, page 4.
Mr. Speaker, my name has been brought as number 163. Normally, it appears as number 81 after Ayamba Ladi, because my surname is Ayariga. So please, table office, take note of that. The surname is Ayariga, but sometimes they make the mistake and then they put Mahama as a surname.
Very well, table office, take note. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page number 10, item 10. Mr. Speaker, number 3. Esiwa Abo Samso Asamama. It is Asamama, A-S-A, not A-S-U. Same has been repeated for Jumechi Abo Samso Asamama. What we have there is Asu, so that it's A. Then, Mr. Speaker, we'll go to the next one, that is Enyaso Insayim. The first Insayim was spelled right, but the second one is N-S-U-A-E-M, not N-S-U-E-M-E, no. So it is Enyaso to Insayim. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye. Is that Frank Afriye?
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, let me thank you exceedingly for recognizing me. Speaker, still on page 11, though Prof. and Dr. Kabiru have done some work, I think still on item 15, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Abdul Kabiru Tia Mahama Walewale to ask the Minister for the Roads and Highways. I think that is grammatically not sound. The there after the Minister for should be deleted so that it reads to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, take note of the correction at page 10 and 11. Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And please permit me to take you back to page 9, question 9, item number 7. The third line is Nkenkesu, is Nkenkaasu as university. So it's not SO, it's SU, Nkenkesu.
Thank you. Table office, take note. Page 12. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of the 26th sitting, dated Friday, 28 February 2025, as corrected, is adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, the official report of Tuesday, 18th February 2025. Any correction? Any correction? Honourable members, in the absence of any correction. Very well, Honourable Kingsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, at column 42, the last paragraph, let me comment from the third line. Promote football and sports to bind us, not to kill us. 2 was omitted. It was a contribution that I made after the statement had been made. So if that preposition could be inserted, I'll be grateful. Then if you come to column 91, the last but one paragraph. And here too, I would like to start from the 5th line, the metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, we pretend to be releasing the district assembly common fund, and I think that should be to be releasing the district assemblies common fund to the assemblies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Terror Office, please take note. Any other correction? Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Column 45. On the 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 5th paragraph. Mr. Speaker, and with your indulgence, let me read. He will need to be appointed as a Minister for Parliamentary Affairs to have the locus standi. Locus standi. And it's spelled locus standing. I think it should be corrected to reflect the locus standi.
Table Office, please take note. Yes, Honourable Member. Are you on your feet to correct vote and proceedings? Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of Tuesday, 18 February 2025, as corrected, is adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, we have our pupils visiting us from Reverend Honorable Kingsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, with respect and with your kindest indulgence, my understanding was that we were correcting the votes and proceedings, the official report of 19 February 2025, but you did say 18 February.
The official report under reference is Tuesday, 18 February 2025.
Then what we were given today is 19th, and I understand that the 18th was done sometime last week. So let us check and be double sure.
Is 18th. Okay, so 19 February. Very well, I have been given the wrong official report. So, honorable members, the official report of Wednesday, 19 February 2025, as corrected, is adopted as the true record of proceedings. The honorable members, we have a student from, or pupils from Reverend S.C. Memorial Methodist School, led by Benjamin Amokwe Coopson, headmaster, and they are from Ablekuma West constituency 74 in numbers. On behalf of the House and on my own behalf, I wish you a fruitful visit to Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable members, we move to item numbered 7, urgent question. Honorable members, the urgent question numbered A, I have been informed that inadvertently it has not been transmitted to the minister. We will then move to urgent question numbered item 7B. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was hoping to get your attention so that we can take the briefing from the Interior Minister in a committee of the whole so that he can leave and then we can start close sitting so that we can continue after he has done the briefing. I tried to get to you in your before you came in.
Very well.
But you had left, so I couldn't.
Very well.
Yes.
Very well. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, just for the records, and you had earlier announced that urgent question A cannot be taken because inadvertently the clerks at table had failed to transmit same. Speaker, it is interesting to find out that we are also scheduled to take item 9. But for the intervention of the Majority Leader, we were going to take all the questions advertised in the name of the Minister for Energy and Green Transition. It's very interesting and revealing that for item 7A, for the same sector, we are being told that inadvertently it was left out. be it as it may, I think it smacks of certain impression that is not good to us as a house. Because if for the same sector, the briefing was transmitted duly, all the other questions were transmitted duly, and for that particular question alone was left out, it's quite revealing, but I'll leave it as it is. Speaker, the majority leader has made an application that we rather go into closed sitting as was agreed. I have no objection, but except to say that the Minister for Energy and Green Transition is here already. And we are having, since we are having plenary engagement, we should rather finish with his. That is his briefing. And then when we are done, speak so that we can, break into closed sitting, because he's already here. Then we can finish the briefing. That's item 9, before we break into closed sitting. But I can't find, leader, the referral was that the briefing has to be done by the Minister for Interior and Defense Minister concurrently. I see that my good friend and a senior colleague, Oblaje Nazan, is here. The Defense Minister is not here. But since the referral was that the briefing should be done concurrently, is it the case that we only entertain the Minister for Interior and leave out the Defense Minister? Speaker, so I don't know what the pleasure of the House is, but the briefing has to be done in whole. The two of them have to do the briefing. And it's only the Interior Minister who is here. So for now, may I suggest that we listen to the Energy Minister on his briefing. Then afterwards, we can begin the SONA debate. We are ready for the debate. I thank you.
Honorable Majority Leader.
No, he came earlier. Mr. Speaker, let's do the interior briefing.
We should take the
interior briefing.
Interior briefing. Yeah. Honorable Minority Chief Whip, the suggestion is that we should take the briefing from the Interior, since the Minister responsible for Interior is available.
Speaker, I only pray that they don't put me on a coalition course with my friend. He knows I would on any day, I will support him. My only concern is about the joint representation. You'll be able to speak for the Defense Minister as well. Well, Speaker, if it's the pleasure of the House, I will not have objection to it. But so what happens to our Energy Minister? I'm asking a question. Is it? The Energy Minister is making a presentation at the National Economic Dialogue. So we will have to reschedule the Energy Minister because they are waiting for him to make a presentation. So I think that I will crave your indulgence so that we reschedule the Energy Minister so that he can go and make the presentation. If he finishes and we are still here, he will come back and then brief the House. Honorable Muntaka briefing us, I agree, except the defense being mounted by the majority leader seems to be on one leg. He's saying that there is an energy briefing, economic dialogue. The Minister for Defense is ready to brief us. The Minister for Energy and Green Transition, he is ready. You can see him very ready to brief us. And he was scheduled, rescheduled. In fact, I must commend him. The last time he was here,
earlier. He left for cabinet. He came back. Why? Is it the case that you don't like the minister? He is always here. The energy minister is always in the house. We must make space for him to present. As for Honorable Muntaka, I have no objection. But my problem is, where do we put the Minister for Energy and Green Transition, who is always obediently attending upon the House?
Honorable Chief Whip, frankly speaking, if you don't like somebody and the person has 2 engagements, how will you be intervening so that he will be able to satisfy at least one? Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Interior Minister is my elder brother. The Energy Minister is my younger brother. So I have to defer to my elder brother, because as for my younger brother, I can always handle him.
Honourable members, the sense of the House is that we reconstitute into a closed sitting and take a briefing from the Minister responsible for Interior. Accordingly, the House is constituted into a closed sitting.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us all.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags pass organ donation law and hashtag legalize organ donation now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hi viewers, welcome to another edition of Sports Check. My name is Frank Echampon, and today I am here with someone who has an inspiring journey, Prince Mowbray. Prince, welcome to Sports Check.
Thank you, thank you. Nice to see you.
It's been a while.
Yes, yes.
Prince, there's been lots to talk about. What inspired you into this athletics journey?
I've always been an athlete. Since I was young, I always looked up to the athletes on TV. So ever since I was 4 or 5 years old, I've been wanting to do sports, and I started in elementary school and I continued until my professional career now.
Well, as youngsters, we all have a dream. Was athletics the dream for you while growing up?
Yeah, it was one of my dreams. My first dream was to be like Michael Jackson. So Michael Jackson. So that was my first dream, and then just because of I was physically gifted, I continued into athletics. So between being an entertainer and an athlete, those two were my first dreams.
What was the journey growing up, and what was the process you went through to be an athlete?
I started competing in maybe elementary school, which is JHS here, and I was in the States, so I've been in the States since I was 5 years old.
Okay.
So I started from JHS all the way to university,
Yep.
and I took a few wrong directions, and I came back on track. And now it's been a great journey.
You mentioned about taking some wrong tracks, and then mentioned being in the States. Can you run us through a background check of Prince Mowbray?
Yeah, sure. I was admitted into one of the top universities in the country, and for wrestling and my academic abilities.
Okay.
And I found out that I wasn't given a full scholarship. So at 18 years old, I decided to try to raise money for my, I think it was about $30,000, which is more than 50,000 cities per year tuition.
Okay.
No, more than 500,000 cities. More than 500,000 cities per year tuition.
Okay.
And I decided to turn to selling drugs in university to pay for my school. I was caught and I was facing 60 years in jail.
60?
60. And by the grace of Jesus Christ, I was, all my charges was dropped after a few years of going back and forth to court. My charges were dropped. And then I turned into the right course.
The right course?
Which is just focusing on athletics and earning money the right way. I didn't finish school as I would have wanted to at the time. But now, in retrospect, with everything that I've gone through in life, all the things that I've accomplished, I realized that it wasn't my destiny to finish school. Because I wanted to be a doctor. I went for pre-med, and I wanted to be a doctor. And I realized now I don't want to be a doctor. I love inspiring people with what I do as far as my athletics and the books that I've written that have gone to bestseller worldwide. And if I was a doctor, I'll be in the office or a hospital every day, which is, I wouldn't have the reach as I do now.
Yeah.
So it was by fate that I went in that path, and that has led me here.
So let's come to the athletics journey.
Yeah.
Right now, at this moment,
Yeah.
what is Prince Mobile doing about his athletics journey?
I've been training for a long time, for many years. Last year, as you may know, I had a cancer relapse. So I still trained during last year, but I just wasn't able to qualify for the Olympics. And I decided, after all these years of coming back and forth to Ghana from the States, I decided just a few months ago to relocate permanently to Ghana.
Okay.
So just last week, I've relocated permanently to Ghana, and I'm coming to train, but I'll take maybe a few months to build a house, and then that way I can be settled, and then I'll start training for this coming season. So that's my plan. As soon as I finish building a house, I'll be settled, and I'll start my training again.
Okay. I know you had been training for the 2024 Olympics.
Yes.
That just happened in July, and failing to secure qualification because of the cancer relapse. How was it? How did you feel?
I always feel good because I know everything is under the control of Jesus Christ.
Okay.
So I don't get worried, and I don't get frustrated because it's all part of the journey. Sometimes he tests you to see if you're going to lose faith.
Yeah.
And my faith just grows more. I kept training to the amazement of my doctors and my teammates. I'd never stopped believing. The body was weak, but the mind and the spirit was very strong, even stronger than before. So I didn't feel bad. I just know it's part of the journey, part of the process. So we keep going.
Okay, and then there was massive disappointment from the path of Ghanaians. Our athletes failed horribly. Watching on from the TV, or I don't know, reading it on the news online. Were there any, ideas about what these people could have done? Were you, beating yourself like, I should have been there, I should have been there?
As far as me, I know that when the time is right for me, I'll be there. If you're chosen, if you're the one, you don't have to worry about anything. You just do the works, and then you'll get there. So for me personally, I believe I'm chosen to break the world record to win a gold medal. So I don't worry about when. The only thing that's going to stop me is if I give up.
Okay.
So as far as the other athletes, I know a few of us train in the U.S. and we qualify for the Ghana team. But there's some that train here in Ghana that try to qualify, and I think the way to qualify would be for athletes here in the U.S. It has to start with the facilities. Elwak Stadium needs to be renovated. And I don't think it will cost too much money out of the sports budget to just renovate the track. The grass is okay, but the track has so many potholes in the middle, and you'll be surprised how big of a difference it will make once you just renovate the track. Just the running part. You don't have to renovate the stadium and the seats necessarily. Just the track. You put the rubber, you let it dry, and it makes a big difference. Makes a big difference. So, and the restrooms. If the restrooms were clean, it makes a big difference. So there's a few things that need to be done immediately so that we can qualify for the next Olympics.
And then you talked about facilities.
Yes.
Let's do some comparison here.
comparing Ghana's facilities to the States, I know there is, a huge difference, but then
Would you say it has an impact, you know, on how the athletes perform?
Yes, 100%. Like I said, the facilities, it doesn't have too many dynamics. It's just the track and the toilets.
Yeah.
Everything else is the same in the States. So it's just those two things will change everything. If it can just take a few tenths of a second off of our time, you know, that's the difference between qualifying and not qualifying. Because the talent is there.
Yeah.
So we just need proper training facilities, which is just the track and the toilets.
And as an association, athletics association, or as a player body, have you had any discussions with your peers? I mean, your fellow athletes, on how you could garner the voice to help get these facilities here in Ghana?
No, I haven't. I came last year. I trained for about 5 months here on Ewak Stadium, but I didn't voice my opinion to any of the athletes about changing the facilities. I remember every time I've come, I've spoken to some seniors, and I've asked them, not by by force, but just asked them if there's any way we can get the track fixed. And I was told that it's a government land. So my only idea is we speak to whoever's in charge, government-wise, or if it comes down to the government not willing to renovate the track, then my option is that I'll fund it. I'll do it myself. So that's my idea in coming to Ghana. If the government is not willing to do it, I'll raise the money myself, and I'll get it done.
That sounds interesting, and it will be a massive boost for we as a country, and then the athletes also, to boost their preparation.
Yeah.
So I would want you to be say that on repeat.
Yes. No one is going to do anything for you. I've learned this in life. I've traveled the world, and I realize no one is going to do anything. If you want something done, you have to do it yourself. Yeah. So I've already set that in my mind, that now that I'm living here, I'm not coming here for 5 months, 6 months, and then going back to the U.S. Now that I'm living here, if they're not willing to do it, I'll do it myself. So I've already set that in my mind. And if they're not willing to accept the money to do it, then we'll find a land and build a track. So the fact that I'm here, I'm getting straight to work.
Okay. You had a coach the last time I met you at Ewak.
Yeah, Coach Amuzu.
Is he still your coach?
Yeah, he's still my coach. We always keep in contact, even while I'm in the States. So don't tell him yet. I'm gonna surprise him. I haven't told him I'm here yet. So I've just been here for a week.
So he's still your personal coach.
Yes,
and he will be the one to train you.
Yes.
When you make your stay permanent.
Yes. He's been my coach for. When was the first time I came to train? I came I think it was 2014.
Okay.
I came just to train by myself. I saw him, and he had some athletes, and he approached me, and ever since then, I've been training with him.
How would you describe Coach Amuzu?
Oh, he's amazing, amazing coach. As I mentioned, I've trained with coaches all over the world, and you know when the coach is knowledgeable about the sport.
Yeah.
So if I go to a country or city and the coach is not as knowledgeable, the fact that I've been in this field for a long time, I would notice immediately. So once you spend a few days with a coach and you realize that they're knowledgeable, then you stay with them. So he's very knowledgeable. It's interesting because I learned something from my coach in the U.S. and then I learned something from Coach Amuzu here.
Okay.
So If there's something missing from Coach Omuzu that maybe my U.S. coach can help me with, I combine both knowledge from both coaches, Coach Joey Scott in the U.S., Coach Omuzu here. So I'm fortunate to be blessed with two great coaches.
One would say you are blessed, like you said, you are fortunate to have two big ideas, you know, to get training from. But then, Prince, let's go for a quick break. We'll be right back and delve into more details. Welcome from the break. Prince, you had projects coming up. You have projects ongoing. But first, I would like to talk about the Mowbray Destiny Effect. I have a copy, you gave me a copy, and I would say it's phenomenal.
Thank you.
What was the brain behind the Mowbray Destiny Effect?
I wanted to inspire the world. I wanted to encourage the world that whatever your dream is, you can accomplish it. And I wanted to encourage the world that despite what you're going through in life, you can go to the next level.
No matter what.
No matter what. I released 2 books so far. Both of them, by the grace of God, have gone to bestseller worldwide. And I have written 7 books total. So, God willing, I'll release the 3rd book, 2025.
2025, what's the next step for the book? What's in the next book, the details?
The first 2 books that you have, I released the volume 3, which is the latest part of my life. And then I went backwards again a few years later and released volume 2, which is the middle. And so now I'm going to release from the beginning, from birth until I get to university. The first 2 books were very powerful. And I think the 3rd book I'm going to release is powerful, but it takes you back to a younger me.
Okay.
So it's unique in the way that you see how I was thinking even as a child. And you're able to connect the puzzle, to put everything together, to understand why I am here now and what it took for me to get here now. So it's very powerful. Even though I'm a youth in the 3rd book, you'll be able to take a lot and you'll be able to be inspired from it. So I'm excited. I'm very excited for.
I know you made mention of building a track, a sports track, only if the sports ministry do not, actually come to the aid of the athletes. Aside getting a track and building your own track, are there any projects that you want to pass on to the youth of Ghana?
As I mentioned in another TV interview last year when I came, God has given me a vision to be the first ruling king of Ghana since the colonization of the British. So no more presidency. So imagine Ghana without the need to pay for healthcare when you get sick, and then you're back to square one. You have no money. Imagine Ghana that our debt is paid off. Imagine Ghana that the facilities are repaired. Imagine Ghana that you don't have to worry about the many job obstacles that you're going through. So that's the reason why God has brought me here. And I realize that that's the reason that God has brought me on this path of going in the wrong direction, of going through sports, to teach me, to traveling around the world, to learning the different cultures and finance and communication. He's brought me here finally to stay so that I can begin the work. As you know, I've already started my royal duties from the U.S. When I do my donations and my counseling. So that's the main project. I'll continue my sports, but I'm here to help Ghana, to encourage Ghana, to lift Ghana up out of the depths of poverty and lack.
Meaning the Olympic dream is still intact?
It's still there. obviously, as the people decide if they want me to be the leader, I'll gradually go off from my athletics and more into governing. But nothing is by force. I'm patient with everything. It doesn't have to be this week or this month. The people will decide. It's all up to God and the free will of the people. So my job is just to start here in Ghana, continue the works, and the people will decide. You don't have to do a massive campaign, because in the old times, we didn't do campaigns. 1,000 years ago, there was no campaign. The people chose who the best leader is. So he brought me here to start the works. And I know my athletic ability will inspire not just the youth, but the adults, even people that are not from Ghana. And I believe it's going to be a beautiful Ghana soon.
Prince, you started having this athletic dream as a child, and I'm thinking in Ghana there are many kids who I would say have a dream just like you had when growing up. Are there any opportunities that you are willing to give these kids when they show up to you?
The best thing you can do is give hope. I've learned that. I mentioned when I was a kid in Ghana, I wanted to be like Michael Jackson, right? There's nothing that Michael Jackson could have given me physically.
Yeah.
What he could have given me was hope. For him to come and visit Ghana, for me to just see him here in Ghana, doing what he's gifted to do. So it's not necessarily about money. Money comes and goes. It's good to have money, but the hope, the words, the encouragement, the love that you show is what, if I would have seen Michael Jackson, using him as an example, just to see him and just to feel the love has catapulted me to where I am now. When I was in Miami just a few months ago, I believe you know Mark Cuban.
Yeah.
The guy, he's on Shark Tank, and he started, I think, Yahoo, and he's one of the richest billionaires in the world. He went to my school. He went to Indiana University. And just a few months ago, I saw him while I was book signing in Miami. And I called him. I said, Mark. And he stopped. He gave me the time. I showed him my book. I gave him a book. I said, you know, you went to Indiana University. You used to come to the where we go to the bars, the music places. And I told him, just seeing you coming back to our university, it really inspired me. And I told him that, and he was so touched and happy to hear that someone, just for him to come back, he was able to affect someone.
Inspiration.
So I'm telling you, that's the most powerful thing, is for the person to come back and for the people to see that you're there. You may not realize it now, but maybe 5 years from now, 10 years, 15, 20 years from now, it makes an impact. So as far as that, I think that's the number one thing, is to when the youth come to me, or even the adults come to me, just to give words of encouragement and advice.
Yeah.
And then, of course, financially, I'm going to be developing and building and helping as much as possible. But the main key is the inspiration.
Okay. People, I mean the kids, not even the kids, the youth, grown-ups, everyone has a dream. And then what would be the perfect advice? The perfect, advice to implant in the youth, the kids, whoever wants to, take up a mantle in whether athletics, football, education, whatever it may be?
The number one thing is Jesus Christ. If you keep Jesus Christ first place, You'll be able to accomplish things that you can't even imagine. So that's been my secret for all these years.
Okay.
No matter what I'm going through in life, even the harder it gets, the closer I get to Jesus Christ. My faith, I strengthen my faith in him, and he's undefeated. He's brought me through everything. He's brought me through going through jail for 60 years. He's brought me through cancer. He's brought me through everything. So there's nothing that he can't bring you through if you continue your faith in him during the fire. Not just when the fire is gone. It's during the fire that you go to the next level and higher level after higher level. The second thing is what most people don't realize, you have to love.
Okay.
Once you truly love people, whether they're being rude to you or they're your enemy, once you truly love people, certain miracles begin to happen.
Yeah.
So most people, they have faith in God, but they don't love people. So I'm telling you something that you don't hear on TV, and people, I've never really hear people giving that advice. The secret for me all these years is that I truly love people. And when you truly love people, people can feel that energy.
Okay.
So it's an unexplainable energy that you give out. So if you're not a lover, you have to work on it.
Okay.
You have to be able to forgive certain things and let things go and love.
Yeah.
Something that you have to work on. And believe me, people can feel it. So if you want your dream, you can't do it alone. You need help.
Okay.
So in order for you to attract people to help you, you really have to love them. And they feel it. And they want to be part of what you're doing.
Right.
So number one, faith in Christ. Number two, love. And I think there are many more, but I think a third thing to do is don't give up because your dream hasn't happened in your time frame. It never happens in your time frame. It only happens on God's time frame. I remember when I first started training for track specifically, I said, by next year, 2 years, I'll break the world record. You see, and in retrospect, if I knew it would have taken this long, I probably wouldn't have done it. But because I had faith and I was willing to go through the journey, and each obstacle that came, I realized that it only helped me. It only helped me go to the next level. Yeah. I'm able to continue, and I'm my fastest now than I've ever been before. Even with the cancer and all this, I keep getting faster. So don't expect it to happen in your time frame. Don't be discouraged if it hasn't happened yet. Just go through the journey, and then you'll get it eventually.
I know the Olympics, competing at the Olympics specifically, is one of your main goal. In sports, let's talk in athletics, what other goals that do Prince Mordred?
No, to me, the Olympics, winning a gold medal and breaking a world record has been the only focus in my mind since I decided to focus on only track. For me, it's not as other athletes think of it, as it's the biggest thing in life. The biggest thing in life is not sports. It's your family, your people. So for me, I've accomplished so many of my goals throughout my life. This is just another goal, to-do list.
Okay.
I don't see it as something that's impossible. It's just another goal that one of the many that I've accomplished. So when it happens, I'll be grateful, I'll be happy. I may cry because it's taken a long journey,
so long, yeah.
but it'll be just another check on my list of goals that I've completed.
Let's come home. I don't know. Do you follow the Black Stars?
I don't, but now that I'm here, I will follow.
So have you heard the news?
I've heard that we didn't qualify.
And as a Ghanaian, what's the feeling like?
Growing up, even in the States, I know Ghana is always the top country in Africa.
Yeah.
And it's sad. It's sad that even though I don't follow in the States, but my whole impression since growing up is that Ghana is number one, top one in Africa. So it's sad that the last few years we're not number one
there anymore.
So it's a shocking revelation, and I think everything comes down to hope. You know, you can have a great coach, but you need hope. You need someone to speak. It's one of the most powerful people in history spoke. Jesus Christ spoke. And he didn't necessarily, besides the miracles, he didn't do anything physically, but he spoke. And you need someone to speak words of encouragement and powerful words, effective words to you. So that's my advice to whoever is going to be the next coach or whoever is going to be a player. Yeah. We need a person who can speak powerful words. And I'll give you one example since I'm talking about that. I was at practice, and we must have ran, in practice in the US, we must have ran maybe 4 very hard sprints. I think it was the final one was a 300 meter. And as usual, we're all in the shade, lying on our backs.
Tired.
And one of my teammates, a female teammate, I told her years ago she knew that I'm going to be marrying multiple wives as king. And we always used to joke about it. But while we were all passed out, my coach called us to run another one, the final one. And I was lying on my back, grasping for air. And I remember my teammate came up, she came up to me, she said, "Oh, Mowbray, so you want to marry 5 wives, huh? Get up." Listen. I've never felt this in my time. The moment she said that, I had energy like I've never had before. The pain was gone, 100% gone. I've never experienced anything like that. So that's when I realized at that moment, words are very powerful. I realized at that moment that words are it can take away all the pain miraculously. I got straight up and I felt no pain and ran the next run like it was nothing. So, coming back, there's words, powerful words that God gives each person. And there's people in this world that has been given or are given the gift of words to lift people up. And that's what we need. Not just coaching and technique. You need a powerful person who can speak words of hope into athletes.
Oh, Mowbray, thanks for coming. It's been an exciting interview with you, lots of insightful moments, and I wish you all the best in your journey. And Akwaaba.
Thank you, Frank.
In Ghana.
Thank you, Frank.
All too soon, Sports Check has come to an end. We'll be back with another exciting episode. Stay safe.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign.
2007. Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Okay.
But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello and welcome to another episode of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella Jijam-Sugli. Today on BizTech, we are going to talk about the stock market, the global stock market to be precise, because a few days ago, the global stock market witnessed some crash because of the emergence of a new AI software system. So we're going to delve into that, and I have here with me Ralph Gibbs. He's founder and CEO of CD Rates. CD Rates is a fintech that aggregates exchange rates and fuel prices across the Ghanaian financial market. And so, hi Ralph.
Hi Stella.
Today we are talking about DeepSeek.
Yeah.
And before that, what is DeepSeek? I know I have a fair idea about what it is. I know it's an AI and it's new. That's where a lot of people may not, have an idea about it, and that's why we are having this conversation today. So, what is DeepSeek?
Right. So DeepSeek, like you rightly said, it's a new AI model that was released from China, and I think it was released over the weekend. And what basically shocked most people was how much they claim it cost them to make it. So it was very cheap and affordable for them to create it, and they actually didn't price it. It wasn't made for sale. It was open sourced. What that means is they made the code available and they actually published the report, and anyone can look at it and copy it and basically build on top of it. And this is in contrast to the ones we are used to. So you've heard of like ChatGPT from OpenAI.
Yeah.
Those ones are paid and they're more closed. We don't really understand what's going on behind there. And those ones, they spent hundreds of millions of dollars to create them. But DeepSeek achieved something similar, but at a much affordable price.
Okay, at a much affordable price. So we are hearing that it's because it's affordable. That's why it's led to the crash of the stock market.
Yes.
Isn't that supposed to be a good thing?
Yeah, so that's right. So it's two things. So it's good for consumers. So that's people like you and I, and some developers. So people in the technology industry. What it means is basically, if you want to build an AI model or build on top of one, you can use the DeepSeek model and get similar outputs as ChatGPT or OpenAI. But it's bad for ChatGPT and other companies in the AI industry because what it means is they invested billions of dollars. So like I said, OpenAI put in $100 million and even more. They've raised about $18 billion. And they actually announced a project called Project Stargate where they are looking for $500 billion to invest in AI. So most people's thinking was, okay, to build a good AI model like ChatGPT, you need to spend billions and billions of dollars on chips and infrastructure. But then all of a sudden over the weekend, we hear a company from China just released, spending just $6 million. So it made a lot of people get shocked that, wait, so it's not about putting in more money. Someone is actually doing it for less and they're actually putting it out for free. So that's what led.
Okay, so I saw some people try to use DeepSeek. Actually, I've not tried it because I still have my reservations. Because how can you come like in 2 or 3 days and already things are, going bad and we are seeing a dip in the stock markets and all of that. So that is the only reason I haven't tried it.
Right. Yeah.
But apart from that, I don't think it's bad because if it's affordable, why not? Because these days, anything that you want to access on the internet, you'd have to pay for it to be able to enjoy premium version of it. So what are the key, features to look out for, or that will even make someone attracted to DeepSeek?
Sure. So speaking of why you've not even used this, so some of the reasons why some people are not attracted to it is because they felt privacy concerns. So because it's from China, and honestly, my personal opinion is it's a company from China. Where else do you expect them to store the data? Of course, they'll store it in China. But some people feel hesitant because we are used to, or if it's in UK stored in Europe or it's in US stored in US, it feels safer. But then when we've come to associate China with, or if it's going to China, it's sort of bad because you don't know how they're going to manage it. Exactly. But that's wrong because what they are doing, they are actually not doing anything out of the ordinary, different from what the US companies are doing. But that's what a lot of people are hesitant about.
So ChatGPT is from US?
Yes, so ChatGPT is from OpenAI and they are based in US. Yes. And DeepSeek is from a Chinese hedge fund. It actually started as a hedge fund. So just to take you back a bit on how DeepSeek started. So the founder started it, he started a hedge fund company where basically what they're doing is they automate. So you know how you trade on the stock market, you tell your stockbroker, oh, I want to buy these shares and that shares. There's also this thing called automated trading where it's high frequency trading and it's basically bots buying and selling shares on the stock exchange. So they started with that and it was integrated with AI. And this was somewhere around 2016. So they've been working with AI for a while, and I think they have around $8 to $18 billion under management. That's how much they're investing using these AI-trained bots. And somewhere in 2023, they decided, oh, let's just try this large language model, which is what we know as ChatGPT, those kind of things. And they started and they spent just $6 million and they were able to do this. So that's also part of the reason why they put it out there for free, open source. It's because that's not their main business. It was just a side. It's not even a side hustle. It's just a side project that they did. In terms of why people be attracted to it, it's because they actually benchmarked it and there are several tests they do. I wouldn't bore you with the details, but they tested with things like natural language. So when you interact with it, how does its output look in terms of how you expect a human being to respond to the question you asked or whatever you told it to do? And actually slightly beats ChatGPT's latest model. So by latest model, I'm not talking about the free ChatGPT that's available to everyone. So there's a $20 per month subscription ChatGPT has, and that's the latest model, which is called 4.0 mini. And they actually perform as well as that, and it's free. Now you might ask, so how are they making money? Why would they do it that way? The reason why it's attractive to people is you can also use their API and also build based on that. And it's way cheaper, I think 10 to 20 times cheaper to use that model than ChatGPT, but then it performs almost as well as ChatGPT. So that's why some people...
Are you sure? Have you tried it?
Yes. So I haven't tried the developer version. I've tried the user interface, which is
everyone.
So the one that you just type in, which you don't have to be a developer. I've tried that one. It actually does really well. The only downside is actually a few days ago it went down. So they actually suffered a cyber attack, and for that reason they were forced to take the service down. I think even right now it's currently down.
It's still not working.
But then yeah, I tried it, and the reason why I used it, the reason why I'm attracted to it is, if you've tried ChatGPT, you know there's a limit on how much you can use. So for example, uploading files and PDFs, there's a limit on how many you can upload. But with this DeepSeek, it was open and it was free, and there were no such limits. So that's why some people will be attracted to it.
Okay. So if you ask DeepSeek a question and you ask ChatGPT a question, what is the the assurance or the accuracy rates like?
Right.
Is it almost the same?
Yeah. So
or one is even slightly better than the other?
I think if you compare the two, it's roughly the same. The difference is not that significant where you go like, this is terrible. So it's like, if you ask someone what's 2 times 2, and maybe how they calculate it is different from how you'd calculate it. Like there might be differences, but at the end of the day, you still end up with the same result. And speaking of how you end up with the same result, it would be good to touch on how ChatGPT differs from DeepSeek, basically how they work. So a good analogy to use is, and this is very simplified version, but a good way to understand it is, ChatGPT works like it's an exam. We are preparing for an exam. ChatGPT studies the whole course, textbook, presentation, studies everything, knows everything, crams everything in its head, and it answers
for you.
So it answers based on that. Now, what DeepSeek does is, it actually knows things people are more curious about, how they would want it to be answered. So instead of it learning everything, what it does is it does things in batches. And how that works is, for example, you are preparing for this same exam. Instead of studying everything, you look at past questions that have been asked before, how they were answered, how they were marked, and that's how it does it. So it's more efficient in that way. So instead of cramming everything, it's more efficient, and that's what makes it cheaper to run and more efficient. But it still achieves the same output. We both get A star or A plus, but then how we studied is different.
Okay, talk about it being cheaper. How do you think they managed to, develop such an advanced, AI with just $6 million?
So that's the surprising part. And a lot of American companies or American tech critics are saying, because it's from China, we don't actually know how much it cost them to make it. Because, mind you, there's a restriction on American companies selling technology to Chinese companies. So NVIDIA, which is the biggest, the most popular chip maker when it comes to AI products, they actually can't sell their latest chips to Chinese companies. So people were surprised. So how are they able to make something more efficient or as good as what OpenAI is doing? What it turns out to be is, they claim they're using older models, older chips which they could have purchased, and that's what they use. So first of all, those chips are cheaper. But then what they did was, it was like making juice out of the lemons you have or the oranges you have. And basically they had older equipment and they were able to make AI based on that. So because of that, when you bring it to the newer chips, it's even more efficient. So that's how they were able to achieve it. In terms of how they were able to do it cheaper, there's so many theories out there. We don't know for sure. But then they claim they are very experienced in AI. That's why they were able to do it. And they actually published the research report. So like, one of the reasons was what we discussed about preparing for an exam. Instead of learning everything, which is expensive, they just learn the key things that they know people will care about. And that's what they focused on. But aside that, I think it was, we just have to take them for what they say, that they were just better at managing the efficiency of their development.
Okay, so do they, plan on selling it? Like open source, or sell it to the global market?
Yeah, so currently it's open source. The only parts where it's monetized is if you're a developer and you've automated it. So it's not a nice interface. Let's say you're integrating it into an app you've built. So an example is, let's say you have a travel planner app and people manually put on trips and then people can book trips. What you can do is you can put in AI, where the AI looks at user profiles, it looks at people's profiles, and it can generate trips curated, personalized to them. So this doesn't require a human being to be doing it. You can automate it. Now that's a use case, and for such a use case, you wouldn't go and be typing on DeepSeek's website, what should I do for Stella, for example. You use the API, and that's where for that one, you have to pay for it. So that's the only way it's monetized. But in terms of the daily use, they actually open sourced it, and it's available for free, which is what led to the stock market sell-off here. So like a few days ago, AI-related companies lost about $1 trillion in terms of market cap. And NVIDIA was the biggest one. They lost close to $600 billion, about 17% of their market price.
Share.
Exactly. Like it dropped. So their market price dropped by about 16%, 16 to 17%. And basically it was because someone is doing it for cheap and we're expecting, so like how OpenAI was developing, if you want to get better, buy more chips from NVIDIA, and that's how you make better ones. So everyone thought that's the way to go about it. But when you found out, no, someone just did it for cheaper, less chips, it's like, then NVIDIA is probably overvalued. We don't need as much NVIDIA stock as we thought we would need.
Okay. So all this may sound, a bit complicated to someone who is not tech savvy. So we are going for a quick break. When we come back, you now talk to me like I'm 10 years old and I'm interested in what DeepSeek is about, ChatGPT, and the whole AI, brouhaha is about. So we'll be back after this break. You're still watching Best Tech here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella Jijomsuge, and I'm still here with Ralph. And before that break, I was asking Ralph to explain to me, as a 10-year-old, how this affects me as an investor or someone who is interested in the stock market. And so, tell me.
Sure. So I'll take it from two angles. So first off, as a 10-year-old, how to understand it. So I would say ChatGPT or OpenAI or these large language models, as they're technically called, the easiest way to understand it is it's your friend. You can ask anything. So, as a 10-year-old, kids always ask questions, even things that should be obvious to them. Imagine ChatGPT as the person who would answer any question and they know about everything. Like, it's not like your parents where they don't know, but they'll pretend they know. ChatGPT actually knows about it and it can answer. And you can actually tell it, respond to me like I'm a 10-year-old, and it would do that. So questions you can ask, it goes everything from social media, content creation, content calendar, even in healthcare, you can use AI to detect things. And like I said, in finance, you can use it for trading. So for example, you can set an AI to check, okay, if the exchange rates reach 16 cedis and this happens and the weather is going bad, sell this company or buy this company, like basically automate things, and it could do all of that for you. So that's understanding as a 10-year-old. Basically, you can ask it anything and it can respond. Obviously, you can't do things like, you can't ask it for money and things like that. It's never going to do that.
Can it read emotions?
It can't, but it can fake it. It can pretend like it reads emotions. So it's more like your friend with no emotions, but they can be there for you and they can be knowledgeable, but it can't read emotions. It can pretend, you can ask it to be more emotional, but it doesn't feel emotions. So from the investment point of view, so as an investor, why you should care about this is, so there are 2 points of views. Either you are an investor, you've invested in companies, or you are new to the stock market and you think AI is the next big thing, you want to get involved. So if you think AI is the next big thing, you'd have to, like, first of all, there's no financial advice, but then you'd have to look, are you going downstream as in those creating the components for AI, or you're going upstream as in those creating the final end products of AI? So an example of end products is ChatGPT, or in Google has Gemini, and Apple has Apple Intelligence. If you're interested in those things, then you can invest in your typical companies, because almost everyone is putting AI, they're slapping AI into everything they do. Exactly. WhatsApp has it up there. Meta is putting it into all their products. So if you believe, okay, the end products are going to do well, then you can invest in those companies. So invest in Meta, Apple, and your typical big tech giants. But then if you want to go more downstream, as in the components that build AI, then you look at companies like NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is the one that creates the chips. So the chips are the thing, is basically the brain behind AI. So it's literal rooms full of chips that the semiconductors that they train the AI on and the AI runs on, and that's why it's very expensive. If you think, so it's kind of like the fuel for AI. If you think that's where you want to go, then you invest in companies like NVIDIA. So that's how I'll take it. If you have an existing company, let's say you have a startup, you might want to look into seeing how you can put AI into your products, because if you don't, other companies are going to do that. And an example is you have these grocery companies, so let's say Instacart, or let's say how we have Jumia, etc. If Jumia doesn't incorporate AI into their products, ChatGPT is already doing it. So a few days ago, they released a model called Operator, and basically what it does is, same way we're using ChatGPT, but this time it's unleashed and it can go onto the internet and browse on your behalf. So let's say you want to buy tickets on whatever your favorite online ticket platform. You want to buy Black Sharif tickets for like Zama Disco. Exactly. You could say, okay, check if the weather is going to be good on that day, and if so-and-so person is going to perform according to the flyer, purchase 2 tickets for me. It could do that, find the tickets online, basically look online and purchase it for you. So that's like the next step OpenAI is looking at, which DeepSeek doesn't do, the others don't do. OpenAI is sort of the first to do that. If you feel something like that is a threat to your business, or as an investor, it's something you want to get involved in, you might want to invest more into things like that or build something similar to that.
Okay, so do you think this could, force American AI companies to maybe lower their costs and innovate in the very next short to medium term, like as fast as they could?
Yeah, I think that's what made this whole thing a big deal, because especially American companies, they were leading this whole AI race and they got very scared. So like we said, the Chinese company was able to do it more efficiently at a cheaper price, and they released it for free. And actually, the stock market, what happened was most of the AI-related companies dropped, but a company like Meta, which is Facebook, Instagram, blah, blah, their stock price did not drop.
Yeah.
The reason is because their AI model is actually open source. What that means is they develop the AI, spend money on it, and they just open it to everyone that, hey, everyone, you can use it for free. You don't have to pay them. OpenAI, on the other hand, even though they started as OpenAI, they were supposed to be the open one. They are actually more closed, and it's very ironic because the Chinese company DeepSeek is a hedge fund, which is they invest in companies, they are doing things for profit. They actually released their model for free, but OpenAI, that's supposed to be a non-profit, actually released theirs, and it's actually one of the most expensive ones. So yeah, it's very ironic. And how they responded on the stock market was the stock prices dropped. So like we said, Nvidia stock price, they lost about 600 billion just on Monday, a few days ago, and the other companies lost about $400 billion in total. So over $1 trillion was lost. So that's how much is affecting.
That's actually the first ever in history.
Yeah, it was definitely a big deal, and US tech companies have not had something like this where something just comes up over the weekend and you lose over $1 trillion, to the point where it was even affecting some cryptos because for whatever reason people were just panicking.
Yeah.
So that's how American companies are feeling about it. But then it's a good thing for consumers because now it's forced ChatGPT had to actually start reducing their prices, and in the end we benefit. So they are seeing there's a free version which is almost as good. They can't be charging premiums anymore. They are forced to be more efficient, and like we said, because DeepSeek is open source, they can actually learn from them, which is the good thing. They can learn from them and apply their efficiencies to their own product.
Okay. Do you think this, shifts the balance of power in AI from the US to China?
I mean, the West in general, not just the US, have a lot of companies doing different things. So there's Anthropic AI, there's Gemini, there's Apple Intelligence. Different companies are releasing different models, and they all perform differently for different tasks. So for some of them, there's one called Hugging Face. It's very good at generating images. There's also this one, Photo AI. It's very good at generating images of, let's say you upload your image and tell it, create an image of me in Bali, even though you've never been to Bali. It can create that and it looks realistic. So those are more specialized AIs, and there's a lot of those in America or in the West. So there's another one to PDF.ai. You upload a PDF, you can interact with it. The general ones like ChatGPT and DeepSeek can also do that, but not as well. They have their limitations. So all in all, I feel still the West has the dominance, and this is just the first step in China proving that, listen, we are also in the game, and it's basically like a battle of who can actually make the best one. But in terms of the ecosystem, all the way from presidency, Trump is supporting the tech companies, and there are so many companies involved in the West. It's more of a cohesive ecosystem, whereas in China, it's more of like one-off superstars. So we are yet to see who else comes out of China with something amazing.
Well, do you think this could, spark a shift in global AI funding and partnerships?
So that's interesting because most global AI financing has been to countries within where the funding is coming from. And what I mean by that is US investors are not bringing their money to Africa to invest in AI because they can do it at home. They don't need to bring it. That's the beauty about software and technology. You can build, so for example, Google search. Google can make their search so amazing that they don't need Ghanaians to improve it further. It will still be relevant to you. The local content only comes in to add final touches and make it more user-friendly and that kind of thing. But in terms of the core technology working, you don't need a Ghanaian to work at YouTube for them to make YouTube relevant to Ghanaians. So currently, there's not that much funding coming from outside unless our local governments and maybe Africa come together and we start investing more in AI. But then there's a lot at stake, which, yes, we should invest more. But currently, it doesn't look like we are spending as much as other countries.
Okay, so now let's look at long-term, economic implications of China's AI system on the global market.
Right.
Long-term, what are the economic implications for us?
I think economic implications, it's a wild guess. It could go either way because AI is actually something which has been in existence for a while. So if you look at TikTok, which is actually from China. So TikTok is from a company called Douyin. Douyin is the local Chinese, the original name for it, and TikTok is more of the Western or the international name for it. And their AI is one of the most amazing ones. If you use TikTok, you prefer the TikTok For You page to the Instagram Reels one. So that's an example of a use case of AI, but it's tailored to social media. And those are some cases where they're proving themselves to be competitive enough. But when it comes to something like long-form content, I think personally I prefer YouTube content. So it's more of like the balance is tilting away from the West and is becoming more balanced. But where I'm interested in is where Africa can also take part in it and we can also contribute and benefit from it.
Okay, so what role should governments play in ensuring that ethical and responsible, AI development is enhanced?
Yeah, that's a good question because AI started with, seriously, you can say unethical practices. So ChatGPT, for instance, they scraped almost the entire internet for everything they could find on the internet, from research reports to forums on Reddit, Twitter. So they scraped like literally your tweets trained AI. You might not believe it, but you contributed to training AI. And what that means is, with technology, it's garbage in, garbage out. So until we've identified something and corrected it, the faults will still be in there. So aside those ethics, we still have to be conscious of how are we creating it to be used out there, because it's almost like a weapon we are putting out there, because now you can ask it something like you asked earlier on for a 10-year-old to understand how ChatGPT works. What that means is people who are younger and less experienced in certain things, like let's say the making of a bomb, which is something you wouldn't want people just creating.
To know.
You can go on ChatGPT and ask it how to create a bomb. And they can do things like put in safeguards where it wouldn't teach you explicitly, but you can trick it, you say, oh no, it's for educational purposes. Or I've identified the bomb, how do I know it's a bomb? And sort of like reverse engineer it. So there are certain things which make it dangerous, but then the hope is that we invest more into understanding how it works and then putting safety rails around it.
Okay, so as a tech person in Ghana, should this, make you happy or make you, because I know that in the tech world, when things like this happen, it becomes like quite exciting, the adrenaline rush, like, okay, this is something that we can, tap into and add to our already knowledge, the things that we already know to do. So how does this, feel to you?
Yeah, definitely. I think for me and my friends in the tech world, we're excited about it because almost any new development to excite us, first of all. But then part of the reason why I'm excited about it is the fact that they made it open source. So what that does is for Africa, so like we mentioned funding earlier, we don't get as much funding in AI as people in the West. So what this does is once it's open source, our developers have access to it, and it's basically leveling the playing field. So it gives us an equal playing field, because as long as I have access to the same models as you, I can develop something interesting. So it affects industries all the way from healthcare. So you could find out a Ghanaian has built an AI software that's able to detect cancer quicker or something like that. It makes it possible. Whereas opposed to if it was closed source, it wasn't open, we first have to develop the model before we can even dream about solving things like that. So that's the first part. The second part I'm excited about is in the finance world, not just in technology and finance. You have people asking things like, should I invest in the stock market? Should I invest in treasury bills?
Yeah.
It's things that it goes over people's heads. And of course, you'd ask family members or friends, or you see some financial influencer on TikTok talking about it. And it's like, when you go to something like ChatGPT, you can actually spill the tea, literally tell it everything about you, like your life conditions, your income, all those things you wouldn't want to tell other people. You can tell it and ask it for financial advice. And it might get some things wrong, but at least it will give you some common sense knowledge for you to make a common sense decision based on that. So I feel there are so many areas where you could look into it, and it's very exciting. Even something like applying for a job. Let's say you're applying for a remote job, you need to write a cover letter. You can literally just tell it a bit about yourself and tell it, write a cover letter to apply for this job, and just copy and paste what the job requirements are. You could tailor it, and you could ask it, point out certain things that don't work out for me, which I need to work on, or why this job isn't a good fit, and it'll point all of that out for you. And this is something you'd have had to go for consulting and pay someone for, but this is ChatGPT. So there's so many exciting things about it, and I think it would be good if we tap into it.
Right. Thank you very much, Ralph. This has been an exciting and enlightening conversation on artificial intelligence and the stock market. So we come your way again with Best. My name is Stella Jijom-Sugli, and I've been doing this with Ralph Gibbs. He's founder and CEO of CD Rates. Bye.
You see the telenovelas on TV?
Yes.
I think it's criminal.
Now it's 3 novellas.
Yes, I think it's criminal. Because, you see, we are not taking hours there and people are bringing theirs here. It's just like the import of dead chicken into our economy when we have lands that we can construct poultry farms.
It's a whole new season of Talkatainment right here on GhanaWeb TV. To kickstart this season with us is one of Ghana's finest veteran actors. He's also into influencing, TV production, TV commercials, media, and so much more. He's famed for his role in the popular Taxi Driver series. Yes, I know you're itching to know who I'm talking about. But before we delve deeper, let's take this quick break. When we come back, we have so much more for you. I am Elsie Lamar, and you're watching Talkatainment right here on GhanaWeb TV. And we are back. If you just joined us, you're watching Talkatainment right here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm on set with the legendary Mickey Osei-Beku. You know him as Dada Boats. Others know him as Master Richard. The name goes on and on and on and on. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
It's my first time meeting you, but I must say the videos and the pictures don't do justice. You really look good in person.
Sure, thank you. Thank you.
I want to also thank you. Yeah. I couldn't help but notice what's on your wrist.
Yes.
What's that about?
I'm a chief.
Oh, okay.
Mankado, or what other tribes know as Kuntihini.
Oh, okay.
Of Efumkrom in the eastern region, very close to Nsawam.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Kuntihini, they are the ones that go to war or...
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, they fight on the authority of the main chief, but he's the commander who does that, and also the second in command, like the vice president.
Wow.
Of the town.
Wow. Yeah. So many responsibilities, and also a walk into the compound. I couldn't help but also notice a statue. And can you tell us about it as well?
That's my mom. I used to live with her until she left us a couple of years ago, 2019. So she was everything to me.
Wow.
Yeah, she was everything to me. So that is to commemorate her passing and also keep her not just in our hearts, in our sights as well. Because I always feel that she's present and she's a guardian angel.
I can even tell the emotions in your eyes right now.
Yeah.
And the breast cancer awareness program is...
Yeah. My mom had breast cancer when she was 60.
Okay.
But by the grace of God, she lived for 17 more years before she passed on. She had what we call mastectomy, one of the breasts got removed. And so breast cancer is something that is very dear on my heart. I mean, the eradication, education, and even support for families and victims. Okay. You know, because you'll never know. Even men do get it.
Yeah.
So it's something that we used to talk about, myself and my mom. She used to say that if people knew how dangerous it was, they won't wait until October to call it a breast cancer month. They remind people daily to check and make sure they prevent having it. Because when you get it, it's between life and death. Yeah.
And also, we all know you on screens, but we don't know much about your background as an upbringing and all of that. Can you give us something brief about it?
Well, okay, to complete the breast cancer thing, so after her passing, even before she passed, we decided to set up a foundation to support and educate people for early detection and prevention, and also support victims, both financially, emotionally, and all of that, especially emotionally. So that is what the breast cancer, Akuma Breast Cancer Foundation is about. Our Akuma Breast Care Foundation, so because we care for the, want to care for the breast, yes. And I'm the major carer. So
care of the breast.
Yes, and talk about my background, upbringing. I was born at Accra, Newtown. It's close to Malata Market. So I grew up around that environment. Attended school at Accra, Newtown. My basic education went through Accra, Newtown experimental school, and then also proceeded to Kimbu Junior Secondary School. It's now a senior secondary school.
No wonder you are Mankrado. All the places you are mentioning.
Yes, I hear the ex-president attended Kimbu, so probably I could become president one day. Yeah, so then, so that was basic education. That's how I grew up from that community, not too affluent, but average.
Yeah, and hardcore.
Hardcore. Zongo life. Yeah, that's how we grew up. Yeah. So that hardness has played a role in surviving. Yeah.
So did you have both parents living together?
Yes, well, no, I would say. I lived all my life with my mom. Okay. Yeah, I first saw my dad when I was about close to 40, due to some circumstances between themselves, I don't want to explain.
For the first time?
Yes. I say this because, not to discredit my dad, because he had his own issues at the time. My dad is still alive, and we are very close now. We bonded so well after we met. But I say this to encourage people, the youth, who say that I never met my dad, my mom wasn't there, so that is the reason for my predicament. I think that is not true. Sometimes it does affect lives, but if you keep your focus right, I think that you can survive life and be able to build it with or without a parent.
What is that one thing that has stuck with you till date as a result of having your dad absent at a point in your life?
A lot.
Tell us one.
I mean, even building relationships, sometimes you find it difficult to understand certain things you could have understood when you were growing up if you found your mom and dad practicing it. So sometimes you lack. An elderly man told me that children who are brought up from single parents don't tend to be very good married materials, and sometimes I tend to agree. Yes, I tend to agree because you find experience in the relationship between yourself and your mom, and that can positively impact on your own relationships when you get into it. So when one of them is absent, it becomes very difficult for you to understand some of these mechanics in relationships.
So what the man said, has it impacted in your life in any way in terms of marital?
Well, I feel I could have been better if I had mom and dad. And sometimes you have mom and dad, but you still find problems with them that makes it worse. But on the average, you could be a better person if mom and dad live peacefully, love each other. It affects you in a lot of ways. So for me, well, I've not been too bad, but I think that some of these things, if I've learned from that age growing up, I could have become better than I am.
Okay, so let's move away from that.
Right.
Fast forward. Dada Boat's Master Richard was everywhere in Ghana. Like you became a household brand. You are, of course, you're still a household brand. Household name, everybody knows you.
Yeah.
How did you transition from that into going, I won't say you went Haitians, because you were then and then you're back, but now you're into media, you're into commercials and all of that. What was the transition like? What necessitated that you transitioning from movies into TV, media, commercials and all of that? What was the spark?
I ascribe everything that happens to me to the grace of God. I think that I'm a special child of God. He directs my path and he guides my growth, you know. But growing up and from the community where I came from, I realized that we need entertainment. People really survive on happiness.
Yeah.
And people who are able to construct that level of happiness are very, very important in life. So growing up, I became that kind of person in my community. Even as a young boy, I was telling jokes. People were always happy to find me around. Because come and sing for me, come and tell me a joke, that kind of thing. Sometimes I got fed by that. Other times I got gifts, especially when I was in a secondary school. You know, I run my jokes and sing songs for people, and they give me gifts. I got them happy, not about what rewards I got, but seeing people laugh, smile, excites me. So that was the motivation. And growing up, I got the opportunity from the primary school to act in a play. I remember when I was in class 5 as a chief in a play called The Lost Ring. Then, like I said, then there used to be inter-schools drama competitions where basic schools got to exhibit talent through plays, poetry, dance, and drumming and all of that. I don't know whether they still exist. I think it doesn't anymore, but it used to. So I remember then we had a play that we performed at one of those competitions, and then our play won. And me playing the main character at that age, I think I was just about 10 or 11, won me the best actor in that community, and it got my head swollen.
It was a big deal.
Yeah, very big deal, and I never looked back afterwards. So through secondary school, I became an entertainment prefect, and though I was a science student, I was always at the dining hall rehearsing. Even when my mates were having their practicals in the science labs, I was rehearsing. I was rehearsing plays to perform in other schools.
Drama club.
Drama club, yes, we had a drama club at school then. So that's how I started. Then after school, I got into radio broadcasting, and then eventually through that I got to perform in TV theater on GTV, And I'm talking 33 years ago when I first appeared on national TV. So that has been the path, and I've never looked back. Yes, and along the way, I encouraged myself, I educated myself, I built a career around it by learning the rudiments of the craft. I did a lot of stage plays around the time and performed in schools, at the National Theatre, and churches, other places. So it's been a hard road, but we've been on it.
And all your transitions from several wings of the media till date, do you have any lessons?
A lot of lessons. I mean, I've learned a lot. You know, there are times that even you make mistakes and they become lessons. I learned from my mistakes. I learned from people that I admired. But in all, the major lesson is that you need to give it your all to achieve the best.
Recently, elections came and gone.
Yeah.
So,
don't ask me which party.
No. Yeah. I want to ask of your overview.
Yeah.
What you actually think in broader light about the elections.
The voice of the people is the voice of God. So I think whatever we see now was determined by God.
Three, energy efficiency, and to reduce government's electricity costs and ease the burden in the sector. I'm pleased to report that we've secured initial funding from the German government under the Government Goals Solar Project, the Swiss government, the Climate Investment Fund, and the African Development Bank to commence the implementation of this initiative. Feasibility studies are already complete, and full implementation is expected to commence by the third quarter of 2025. This is aimed at ensuring that we reduce the cost of electricity, especially in public institutions, and bring about overall efficiency. Mr. Speaker, in the agriculture sector, the rising...
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation
2007. I was Ghana Police Service in
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to urge us on.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial effect.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500.
Ghana has completed its strategic investment plan for an accelerated partnership for renewable energy investment in Ghana in particular and Africa as a whole. Presented at the 5th General Assembly at IRENA, APRA will benefit from a 4 billion UAE fund for Africa. APRA aims to help African nations triple their renewable energy goals and achieve renewable energy investment. Ghana's APRA framework focuses on transforming energy systems and promoting green industrialization and green revolution. Mr. Speaker, we also seek to prepare graduates and technicians for the evolving energy market, because as we go through energy transition, we need to prepare young green universal access by 2030. By 2030. We are expanding off-grid access through renewable energy-based mini-grids, having completed some projects in Adan and awarded a contract for 35 more mini-grids to benefit about 70,000 people in inland or difficult-to-reach communities. Feasibility studies have also been completed for 150 additional mini-grids in the Afram Plains, requiring about $100 million to fund the investments as far as these projects are concerned. Through the Ghana Scaling Up Renewable Energy Program, known as SREP, we are deploying 12,000 net meter solar PV systems across homes. This is to ensure that people with solar systems in their homes can feed back into the grid when they have excess. That is to say, if you consume more than you require, you should be able to feed it into the system so that those who have a deficit can benefit from your solar system. Then at the end of the month, we can net off, and if there's a credit to you or a deficit, we can clear that based on a clearing system. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this, when achieved, would greatly improve renewable energy deployment across homes, businesses, public facilities, and this is backed by an $85 million facility of grant financing from AFDB, CIF, SECO, and the government of Ghana. As of 2024, Ghana's solar capacity has reached more than 200 megawatts. To be specific, about 205 megawatts, with an additional 200 megawatts under construction. Our goal is to achieve 400 megawatts of solar capacity by the end of 2026. A 30 megawatt floating solar plant is currently under construction at Plea, with all floater components manufactured locally, showcasing our commitment to depend on local capacity towards our green revolution and industrialization. This technology clearly offers higher performance efficiency and optimizes space utilization. The ministry has plans to expand further developments in the renewable energy value chain as we move on. Mr. Speaker, women play a critical role as far as energy consumption is concerned. In this regard, the ministry has already launched the Women in Energy Initiative to address gender disparity in the sector. Let me assure this House that we are committed to ensuring that gender is integrated in our green energy transition and value chain. Institutional strengthening remains a cardinal point if we want to achieve this objective. In line with that, the Renewable Energy Act, Act 2011, Act 832, as amended in 2020 at 1045, based on my instructions, we are elevating the renewable energy unit of the ministry into a directorate in order to bring a sharper focus, provide them with the impetus and the resilience to achieve our objective. Mr. Speaker, more importantly, the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition is progressing steadily with the establishment of the Renewable Energy Act. And through that, sorry, let me take it again, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Energy is progressing with the establishment of the Renewable Energy Authority, an agency which will be charged with responsibility for planning, coordinating, and implementing renewable energy programs and projects in Ghana. The draft framework and draft bill has already been prepared and currently undergoing technical reviews, which will be laid before this August House before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me thank the German government through GIZ for their ongoing technical support in developing the Renewable Energy Authority. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, in accordance with the Renewable Energy Act, will establish a renewable energy investment and green transition fund, which seeks to accelerate and mobilize domestic and international resources to aggressively deploy renewable energy investments in Ghana. We intend to launch this fund this year, and our strategy, based on the support we get from this House, would be to take a component of fossil fuel-based funds.
The Speaker will take the chair.
Okay, almost done. Should I ask the question?
Honourable Minister, continue. Okay.
Honourable Minister, you may continue. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I was reiterating the point that this government will soon establish and operationalize the Renewable Energy Investment Fund aimed at accelerating investments in the renewable energy space. We intend to mobilize domestic and international resources. And the norm today is that you take a component of revenues from fossil-based fuels and use that component to finance renewable-based investments. And so, Mr. Speaker, under your guidance and with support from this House, we would soon come with some proposals which seeks to channel some funds from fossil-based fuels into renewable and green investments. This fund will provide support to small and medium-scale local entrepreneurs, research and development, innovation, liquidity guarantees for utility-scale renewable electricity generation, creation of strategic green economic zones, acquisition of clean and renewable energy data, green certification, local manufacturing of renewable energy technologies, capacity building and managing end of life of clean and renewable energy technologies. Mr. Speaker, this fund, when operationalized, would serve as a turning point and as a catalyst for government and Ghana to accelerate its pace towards the green transition that we all envisage. Mr. Speaker, in our bid to step up our effort towards the green transition, the Ministry of Energy has also outlined the following upcoming programs. On the 12th of February 2025, the IFC signed a facility with LMI Holdings for the construction of a 20-megawatt solar park as part of our green transition agenda. The ministry is also supporting the VRA in partnering with the West African Power Pool and the European delegation to develop a 150-megawatt solar project incorporating battery energy storage systems, which will help us supply power not just during daytime, but also in the night. This is a new technology that most advanced countries are pursuing, and Mr. Speaker, Ghana intends to follow suit. Mr. Speaker, our effort to diversify the base load electricity mix with nuclear power, which provides us with base load capacity at an affordable price, would continue to be pursued. The National Nuclear Regulator and Operator seeks to build capacity for nuclear regulation and operationalize nuclear in Ghana in the shortest possible time. 2 sites have already been identified for acquisition to host Ghana's first nuclear power plant. Discussions are already underway with the People's Republic of China, the USA, and the Russia Federation for the deployment of safe, carbon-free, and affordable nuclear power for industrialization and inclusive economic growth. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I wish to reiterate that the Ministry remains committed and resolute towards ensuring that Ghana benefits from the global shift towards clean and renewable energy. The Ministry will continue to collaborate with our development partners to mobilize resources, support in capacity building, including, like I said, the upgrading of the whole Technical University Solar Technology Applications Resource Center, provide technical and financial assistance, accelerate investments to achieve universal electricity access and clean cooking ahead of our 2030 target, and accelerate the prioritization of KW's loan facility in collaboration with the Ministry of Ghana to ensure that government goes solar. This will ensure that public institutions, universities, this August House, Parliament House, and other critical state agencies are put on solar systems in order to reduce dependence on the national grid. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to ensure and to assure this House that the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition would continue to collaborate with this House and other state agencies in our quest to accelerate the pace towards achieving our green transition and doing so in a just and equitable manner. On this note, Mr. Speaker, let me thank you once again for the opportunity. I'm most grateful.
Honorable members, this statement comes under Order 91. Order 91. And so we will be guided by the provisions of that order. Members will be given the opportunity to comment on the statement. I see the Minority Chief Whip. Yes, please.
Speaker, let me, from the outset, commend the Minister who has demonstrated clarity in terms of vision, and he's also demonstrated abundant understanding of the sector and definitely continuity in terms of programs started by the previous government. And I want to commend him highly for it. Speaker, in times past, concerns, actions towards renewable energy, as at my last check, was more of a DEX operation, a DEX officer operating. I hear the minister wants to, in line with the vision, to upscale. He wants to upgrade to the extent of an authority, which is commendable. But in this country, we often move with speed to upgrade. So, Minister, whilst you are seeking to upgrade, you should also look at giving the authority the necessary oxygen to be able to prosecute on its deliverables. Speaker, he made the point on solar system and excess being fed into the national grid. Wonderful point. But because of the need on solar panels, we may probably also have to look at what happens in other jurisdictions. Kenya, for instance, they've reduced the import duties on solar panels. So the private sector has come in, and the business is booming. The importation of solar has become a business for private hands, and it's helping to facilitate the transition. So, Minister, I would want to suggest you take a look at that. Indonesia now is manufacturing its own solar panels. And I'm happy you said that part of the solar farms we have in this country accessories used for the establishment of these farms were locally manufactured. For me, that is the thrust of the argument. So we have we've discovered lithium, we have bauxite. Lithium and bauxite constitute more than 60% of the raw materials that is used in the manufacture of solar. So Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology could be engaged, and you have said in your address that the whole technical university will be upgraded. Minister, if I have your attention, the whole technical university will be upgraded, and you will have a department dedicated for this line of action. I want to encourage you to go on that tangent so that we can also upscale. You mentioned public sector energy efficiency, which is wonderful. The seat of government, other public institutions, parliament, and all these institutions, if we can have solar installed, it will help to reduce our bill on electricity. But when I heard all your narration, I hear the Korean government, I hear GTZ. There is little on government of Ghana investment. Of course, the Kalio, and the Zwiga that is located in your constituency, the Kalio solar farm, it was started by the MPP administration. The MPP administration started it, and you are continuing. I need to commend you on that. The Bui Power Authority solar farm, the MPP government started, you are continuing. I want to commend you highly. But I'm saying you need to do more in terms of government-owned investment. We can't overly be relying on the GIZ and the Koreans. What if indeed we believe in the transition, the concept of energy transition, then we as a government must make dedicated funds. And all the funds you want to establish, green funds and all that, I don't know, but because you said you are going to reduce taxation, I don't know where you are going to get the fund, the money to support these funds you are going to establish. So you may have to take a good look at it. Speaker, the concern about the RED Plus and the carbon credit is something we haven't been able to buy into, probably because of our capacity. If whole technical university is going to be upgraded and we'll have a department dedicated to theirs, Minister, don't let it be just mere words. I have confidence in you. Don't come to Parliament and say this. The next moment we say the same thing. The next moment we say the same thing. You've also mentioned that irrigation, just to feed into agricultural productivity, you are also making a move, which is very good. ARENA is supporting. GIZ is supporting. We want to see more from government side, especially on the mini grid. This is something we have to do. The Germans have shown class when it comes to solar in terms of the lifespan of the cells that are used. Probably we should get more closer to the GIZ and be able to make a difference. Speaker, let me commend the minister, and to conclude, I want to suggest that ARENA has shown the way, and the matter on nuclear. As an independence, Kwame Nkrumah spoke about our nuclear energy needs. And the CSR has a well-defined blueprint. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And Minister, I see you are very spot on when it comes to the understanding of what has happened before, and the way is clear. If we shouldn't have any excuse why we cannot exploit our nuclear potential. And so we want to give you all the confidence. We know in this House we want to give you all the confidence. And we hope, Speaker, we hope this will not just be mere words. I hope it will not just be mere words. Minister, it will not be mere words. In conclusion, there is a fine balance we need to find as a country. The argument is made by experts. The Europeans have polluted to be where they are today. In terms of emission, what Africa emits, and in this context Ghana emits, is insignificant. However, we are being hoodwinked into believing that adoption of green energy and solar is the way out. I don't know. Do we have to pick and choose? We also have to develop our industries. So are we saying bye-bye to fossil fuel? Because all the industrial countries, Germany is shutting down its coal plant because they are transitioning. However, we have not been able to develop our industries. Because that is the crux of the matter. Would solar help us and facilitate the development of our industries? These are questions we need to ask ourselves well. And if the answer is no, then we have to strategically position ourselves. We can't suddenly transition. It has to be a gradual process so that along the line we can also upscale and develop our industries duly. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the Minister for attending upon the House and giving us such a very exhaustive briefing on the progress in transitioning to clean and renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, I think he's given a very detailed program and a strategy, and we can only urge the Minister to apply himself diligently to the execution of the strategy and also the program that he has outlined. I see already that Ghana is making significant strides in trying to develop our solar-sourced energy. Mr. Speaker, there's one thing that I was keenly waiting to hear from the Minister's strategy that I didn't hear, and that is biogas. In all this strategy, what are we doing about biogas? I recall when I was Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, and around that time we're having this energy crisis, and some headmasters approached me and they were complaining about, at that time, the erratic power supply problems that we had and the frequent shutting off of lights. And I said, but you have 1,000 students on campus. They say yes. I said, the 1,000 students are all power generators walking around. Because if you just applied yourself and use biogas technology, they can generate electricity for themselves. And I actually went as far as traveling to Germany, because Germany has really advanced the technology for using biogas to generate heat that then powers generators to provide electricity. And then, you know, like you said, they actually sell it to the state and make money out of it. So most villages had their own independent power generation plant based on biogas technology, because you have the animals, you have the waste material from the farms, and then you had the human beings, and working together efficiently, they generated enough electricity for their own consumption and very often also fed it into the system. And so if you go beyond just the traditional known sources, which is solar, and we also exploit biogas technology, I believe that we can augment the power challenges that we have in this country. And then also, I mean, if you look at the study of the technology, the deployment of the technology, I think that when it comes to renewable energy and particularly solar, it is the northern part of the country that has the longest periods of sunshine and the opportunity to really exploit the use of solar energy. And therefore, I think that in also considering the universities that will host the study of renewable energy and the development of local capacity, if you considered the technical universities in the Upper West or in the Upper East region or, Northern region, it will really help, because that's where really the opportunity exists for extensively using solar power. And so it would be good to consider adopting one of those universities also as a platform for teaching and disseminating the knowledge and technology of the technology for solar power. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's a very impressive presentation, and I commend the Minister for coming to brief us. I believe that members will find the presentation very useful. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, I think on behalf of the House, I thank you so much for such a detailed brief. You've been in this House for a long time, and you've also been in the sector for a long time. We don't doubt your capacity in making sure that you translate your words into action. And you are aware that the House too has a very high capacity and knowledge of the sector. We focused on this greening, climate change, and the others, and we've always attended all the conferences. So please keep on working together with the House, and I'm sure we'll be able to respond to the crying needs of our people in that sector. We thank you so much for coming. But you are aware that the Kaleo project was started by the Mahama regime. It's Kaleo and Laura, but they were upgraded by Nana's regime. So please, it's not the case that it was started by just the outgone regime, but they actually increased it. Yes, that one is the fact, and that should be made known. These are statements of facts. These are not debates. Honorable members, we have... Oh, Minister, you are discharged. Sorry for keeping you waiting. We have in the House some dignitaries with us, and you can see that they are in the red apparel. It's for good reason. We've been taking some action on a few things, but we've not gone public. And this is why they are here, not only to draw our attention, but to urge us on to take action. So I want to take a few minutes to draw the attention of the world, and Ghana in particular, on what we are doing with regard to this issue, and maybe allay the fears of our brothers and sisters who are here, I believe, to urge us on to be seen to be acting on the issue. This matter has to deal with the unsavory comments that were made on the floor a few weeks ago. And so I'm going to make a formal statement on it. Honorable members, it is with a deep sense of responsibility that I address you today on a matter that strikes at the very heart of our democracy: the need for civility, decency, respect, and decorum in our national discourse, particularly on the floor of Parliament. The people of Ghana look to this House as the bedrock and beacon of democracy and leadership in Ghana. It is our collective duty to set a standard that reflects the true character and values of our great nation. We know from the holy books the immense power of the word. We therefore need no reminders of the power of the spoken word. Words can inspire hope, foster national unity, and strengthen collective resolve. Yet, they can also divide, wound, and erode the very foundations of trust, national unity, love, hope, and the dignity we seek to uphold in this House. It is therefore regrettable that in the course of the parliamentary proceedings on 4th February this year, an honorable member of this House was subjected to an unwarranted, unjustified, and deeply offensive, reckless remark, or being referred to as, for want of a better way to convey the remark, quote, the daughter of a murderer. I apologize for having to even repeat it. You all know the background, but it's important to remind you. On Tuesday, 4 February 2025, Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman-Rawlings, Member of Parliament for Klote-Kole, and daughter of the father of the 4th Republican Constitution, our late former freedom of speech, debate, and proceedings in Parliament, ensuring that such discussions cannot be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. This privilege of freedom of speech is reiterated in Order 22 of our standing orders. Honorable members should, however, note that this privilege is not absolute and must be exercised responsibly and in accordance with the rules of Parliament. Article 116 of the 1992 Constitution provides that while members of Parliament enjoy immunity from civil or criminal proceedings for statements made in Parliament, they remain accountable within Parliament through the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges when those statements are found to be prima facie defamatory or in contempt of Parliament or in breach of parliamentary privilege. Such a member, when found guilty of defamation or in contempt of Parliament or in breach of parliamentary privilege, would be liable to be reprimanded or by resolution suspended from the service of Parliament for a period not exceeding 9 months or expelled from Parliament altogether. Let me be clear. Parliament is a place for constructive debate, guided by principles of mutual respect and integrity. While we may differ in our views and engage in spirited discussions, there is no room for language that seeks to offend, abuse, insult, demean, defame, blaspheme, or impute proper motives, or impugn the integrity of a member or any other person. In light of this incident, I extend my deepest apologies to Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman-Rawlings, Member of Parliament for Klote-Kole. Her Excellency Nana Konadu Rawlings, the former First Lady of Ghana and widow of our late illustrious president, the family, the chiefs, and all the good people of Anglo Duko and Anglo land. No one serving their country should have to endure such indignity. Consequently, a formal investigation has been initiated to determine the identity of the member who made the comment. Subsequent to which, in line with Standing Orders 218 and 219, the Committee of Privileges and Immunities and Ethics and Standards shall be called upon to consider the referral and report to the House. Parliamentary rules and regulations must be enforced. Decorum must be restored in this House, no matter whose ox is God. As we move forward, let this movement serve as a call to action, a call for introspection, a commitment to raising the standard of public debate, and a pledge to ensure that our disagreements remain intellectual and a market of ideas and wisdom, not personal vendetta based on impulse, instincts, or emotions. We must uphold the dignity and majesty of Parliament and not be enslaved in our past, most of which has been misrepresented. In the spirit of honor, accountability, and decorum, I advise the member responsible for the remark to, within a week, choose the path of honesty, mea culpa, and opt for a plea bargain. Taking this step would demonstrate good faith and respect for parliamentary dignity, rather than awaiting the outcome of the ongoing investigation, which will ultimately uncover the member who made the statement. I take a very serious view of the matter, and failure to take advantage of this window of opportunity will lead to dire consequences if finally unraveled. I take this moment to once more urge all members of Parliament to let our debates be vibrant but fair. Let our words be truthful, candid, and civil, and let our service to the people of Ghana always be guided by honor, integrity, and respect. May the Almighty God continue to guide and protect us from all satanic influences and machinations. I thank you all for listening. I want to assure you a lot of work has been done. A lot of work has been done since my arrival, and please, I urge the member to honor. Honorable members, with this, I want leadership to guide the House as to what next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for rendering an apology on behalf of this House to our colleague, the Honorable Zaneto Rawlings. Mr. Speaker, we are indeed very grateful to you. And Mr. Speaker, I will join you to urge colleagues to be decorous in the way that we conduct ourselves in the chamber. I believe that the investigation that you have launched will definitely unravel the individual who engaged in such a reckless comment. And I also urge whoever it is to own up as directed by the Speaker. And I want to assure this House that when we ultimately establish the identity of that person, the full weight of this side of the House will stand firmly behind the Privileges Committee when they seek to exact the highest penalty of this House. So, Speaker, on that note, let me apply that we take the urgent question, number 7B. 7B, the urgent question. We're agreed on that. After the Minister's presentation on green transition, we will take the urgent question.
Minority from bench.
Speaker, may you permit me to make a brief comment as I heard the Majority Leader commend you for your statement. Speaker, I recall an incident happened and it's related to me, and I had come under the appropriate orders to seek your intervention. And I recall, so I will respect, your feedback was that the lady in question was going to be invited by you. It's a different matter, yes. I am a bit taken aback that I've still not heard anything from you, and it's quite worrying. So I'm only bringing it to your attention. I am unable to comment absolutely on the statement you made regarding our dear colleague. Many of us have spoken on the subject matter outside this chamber. But once the Speaker has spoken, it brings finality to it. We are hoping we can bring this matter to a close. I'm hoping we can bring this matter to a close. But I'm taken aback that mine has taken close to 3 weeks. The Speaker had assured that we will engage the two of us. I am reliably informed the lady was invited. I was not invited. Speaker, I'm just bringing this to your attention. But I will leave the decision in your bosom. And you are experienced and clothed with the powers to guide this House in all matters. So I'll just bring this to your notice and hoping that we can bring finality to it. Yeah, that notwithstanding, Speaker, no. Application made is for us to, Speaker, what? Speaker, on this occasion, permit me to make a point. And ordinarily, I would not speak to her, because I thought in this House sometimes emotions go high and some comments are made. But on the said day, when the supposed comment was made, our colleague also made a very damning comment. No.
Honorable.
Leader. Speaker, on that said day, Our colleague...
Honorable members, please, just a minute. Honorable members, some of you just are a few days old in Parliament. It doesn't matter. I'm looking at you. Repeat what you said. Please. If I were such a biased person, I couldn't have won to be a speaker in opposition. Please. I'm begging before you came into this house. Your minority leader spoke. I've given him enough time to speak, and he's still speaking. He knows how close he is to me. And he knows that I will not ignore the issue I took upon myself. And he has mentioned that I have invited the lady concerned. It's not that I will not invite him. It's a process. And he knows what has intervened up to now. If not by this, I would have finished doing that. So please, don't think we are all the same. We are not. That's why I'm here, and that's why you are seated there. Please, Minority Chief, you may continue.
Speaker, we on this side respect your authority. We will continue to respect your authority. Speaker, where we have dissenting views, we'll make those views, we'll pegate those views with the greatest of respect to you. We will not show any disrespect to you. Where I only made a point, and I'm sure, Speaker, you have taken good notice. On the other matter, I felt our colleague, the Honorable Mutala, made a point ascribing some allegations of J.B. Dankwa being a CIA agent, and he said he had evidence of the J.B. Dankwa being a CIA agent and also a betrayer of the state. So we thought that was outward, that was outlandish, and that was out of place. And it's not parliamentary, but we felt that on this note, we want to make a formal complaint. Speaker, on our side, we want to make a formal complaint to your side that this should be investigated. The records reflect. Once this is investigated, we should get to the bottom of this too. It's quite unfortunate we've allowed this to go and we are not commenting about it. Nobody is attempting to draw parity. No, it is not an attempt to draw parity. The Honorable Dr. Ezanoto knows how we on this side respect her. I respect her a lot. But Speaker, the allegations thrown at J.B. Dankwa cannot be wished away. Speaker, we will pray your wisdom on this matter, and we should bring some finality to it. And I make that point strongly, that it was unparliamentary comment and was totally unnecessary, that it should be expunged from the records, and the Honorable Mutala should be called, should answer some questions, reasons why he made those allegations against J.B. Dankwa.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, with all due respect, I find the conduct of the minority chief whip very, very appalling. Mr. Speaker, a matter of such grave national significance occurs, and you come, you make a statement, you apologize on behalf of the House to the family and our honorable colleague and to Ghanaians. and all the minority chief whip will seek to do is to equalize. Seeking to equalize. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Murtala stood on his feet in this house and boldly made a statement pursuant to his right to free speech in this chamber. The person who made the comment should also boldly get up and let's see the person. Let that person stand up. If the person is a man, the person should stand up and let's see the person. And the person will not stand up because the person knows that what he did is wrong. If what you did was right, stand up and let's see you. Oh, so you know the person. Do you know the person? Mr. Speaker, I think what the minority chief whip has done is most unfair. If you have issue with what Murtala said, please come properly. Not to use this occasion when the Speaker has so beautifully apologized to this country and to our honorable colleague. Then you try to bring in a statement that Murtala boldly and confidently made in this house, defended it, established that it was written by authors. He cited the authority for what he said. Meredith, you haven't gone to read the book to come back and tell us that the author didn't say it. You haven't done that. And as a member of parliament, he is free to express his views in the chamber, openly and confidently. Not to do this disgraceful thing that was done that day. Hide and then shout and malign somebody for nothing. And when we seek to correct it, you want to politicize it. You want to equalize. Is this the occasion to be seeking to equalize? Honestly, I find this most unfortunate. Please, it's most unfortunate. Let me assure you that indeed some serious investigation is going on. And like I said, the full weight of this side of the House will be brought to bear on the work of the Privileges Committee. So please, let us leave the matter there and let's proceed. Mr. Speaker, we had agreed to take the urgent question.
Honorable. Yes, please. Yes. Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I think my respected and majority leader should know that we will not do anything to undermine the authority of the Speaker. I only sought to bring a matter to the notice of the Speaker. And it's important you don't mix the two. It's important you don't mix the two. I thought at that time the matter should have brought to the notice of whoever was presiding then. It was not done. It's not too late. We can also bring it to the notice of the Speaker and say that this was done, these comments were made, and these comments were not parliamentary. I don't see anything wrong with this. And for you to say my conduct is appalling, I find it quite strange. Leader, I find it quite strange. That is your view. That is his view. That is his view.
No, you can't do that.
Speaker, I think we will leave this matter here. And he has made an application that we should proceed. But we are delaying, we are overly delaying the debate. Speaker, we are overly delaying. Our side is ready for the debate, and the delay is becoming quite straight. It is becoming too. Where's my side? Where is your side? Your people are supposed to be here. Your people cannot be found. Speaker, so I will accept to say that maybe we should limit the follow-ups, exhaust the questions, and then we can zoom into the debate.
Honorable members, before we go there, let me now tell you the members who are here actually came on demonstration to present a petition. But it looks like we still have a lot to do for members to know, the public, civil society to know how to present a petition to the House. The rules are very clear that petitions are presented through a member of Parliament. And the member comes to the House through the process and is given the opportunity to lay the petition. Then the petition is referred to a committee that we have established now, Petitions Committee. They will now go into the petition and then report to the House. Then the House can deliberate upon the matter. That is still not clear to our people outside this House. I'm not even sure some of you know that. So I will proceed to draw your attention to those who are here to present the petition. And in fact, they've been here since, I'm told, before 10 in the morning. They are being led by their national patron in the person of Madame Anita Disoso. They also have their national chairperson in the person of Madame Angel Nutako. The others include the vice chairman, Mr. Geoffrey Atakli Banini, the secretary, Mr. Wolanyo Agradi, organizer, Mr. Aklom Kofi Dodunu, deputy treasurer, Ms. Yvette Mototi. The youth organizer is Mr. Elike Amenyau. The public relations officer is Mr. Francis Azohade. And then you have one Mr. James Agama and Mr. Francis Seshi. These are the names submitted to me as those who have come on the demonstration to draw our attention to that unsavory remark. Honorable members, this is your house. You either develop it or you try to destroy it. You know the consequences of that. I preside and now apply the rules strictly. Strictly. Anybody who disagrees is at liberty to do the proper thing. But I'll apply the rules from today on strictly. The matters that you just draw my attention to are all covered by the rules. And so once again, members, take time to read the rules. That reduces this tension in the House. Again, take time to let's work together. You see each other as strangers, and in fact, enemies. And so you don't even have patience to listen to each other. Please, that is not what Parliament is about. If that has been the case, there will be no need to establish a Parliament. We'll allow you to, on the street, slug it out there. Then they know who is stronger. But that is not to be. We took time from 2 2002 an experience to iron out these rules. Don't let's make the rules useless. They are to guide us. We'll get enough time for all of you. Please, just be tolerant of each other's views. We are different. We have different perspectives. That's why we are not members of the same party. Leaders, try and be your leaders. Don't mislead us. You should rather be more patient and tolerant with each other. And you know when one is on the feet, please, you give signal. If you catch the eye of the speaker, he will allow you to speak. And the others will have to resume his or her seat. And then we move on. Ghanaians want to hear you. I'm getting very, very worried and concerned about what is happening. It's not only me. I receive on a daily basis a lot of concerns from elders, not only in Ghana, outside Ghana. We cannot afford to let our people down. Honourable members, I would have preferred we go straight to the debate. But since the leaders want us to take the urgent question, I will proceed to call on the member who has filed the question. And I think there are two members. One, the Member of Parliament for Swami, Mr. John Dakun, and then the Member of Parliament for Asokwa, Ms. Patricia Apieje. So we'll start with the Member of Parliament for Swami. Please, you may ask your question now. Let me listen to the Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we said urgent question 7B because 7A, we are told, was not transmitted to the Minister. So the Minister for Energy has left. So we are taking only 7B, and there's an agreement that there will be no follow-up questions so that we can move straight to the debate.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, those of us on this side have always shown tolerance. Indeed, we've shown tolerance, Speaker, as you have often cancelled. We were struck that the Minister for Energy and Green Transition was programmed to be in the House to give a briefing on energy transition. It took the intervention of the Majority Leader. We were going to take questions advertised in his name. Speaker, it is very interesting and revealing that that question, 7A, we are being told it was not transmitted, but you transmitted all the questions in the name of the Energy Minister and then even his briefing. And you left out only that question. Very interesting. Speaker, it's very revealing. We will tolerate them. But it is indeed revealing that they left out only that question. Whatever it is, we'll come to it. You cannot hide. You answer that question. Today or tomorrow, you will answer that question. Speaker, on that note, we will agree that we should proceed.
Minority Chief Whip, you know, no member of Parliament transmits questions to ministers. So why are you addressing your colleagues as if they have failed to do so. It is done by the staff of the Parliamentary Service. The question is admitted by the Speaker. It's processed through the clerk. And there's a whole department in charge of transmitting questions and following up on the questions until they are answered. And then the same process, it will be advertised, and the minister will be informed to come and answer. So it's not the failure or refusal of any member of parliament, whether minority or majority, to do so. Please, you know it.
Because we are very tolerant, so we understand them. So, Speaker, shall we proceed to take 7B?
Actually, what I know about you is you are civil with your language. As for being tolerant, I'm not too sure about that. But for your language, you do all you can to be very civil. And then you respect your colleagues when you are speaking. Tolerance is another matter. Even sometimes, I'm not sure I'm tolerant myself. So it's a human failure, it's a weakness, but we'll try to do so. I can see my friend looking at me. Yes, so we'll take item 7B. Yes?
So we are taking, with respect, the agreement was that we'll take only 7B, after which we'll start the debate.
Yes.
Yes.
7B. 7B. The Member of Parliament for Asokwa. Well, we will reserve it for her to come and ask appropriately. Yes, Deputy Whip, Minority.
Yes. Speaker, thank you very much. Respectfully, she directed that I ask the questions on her behalf, so subject to your directions, please.
May you read the standing orders?
Speaker,
the appropriate standing order, please.
Speaker, I have a permission to ask the question, so that is what I'm saying. So, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if...
Why are you struggling? You have the standing orders with you. Just read it.
Speaker,
yes, honourable member, please go on.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
There's a question. This is a question. Read it. Read it.
Speaker, I rise to ask this question on behalf of Madam Patricia Piaget, which is to ask the Minister for Gender.
Yes.
Children and social protection, what measures the ministry has put?
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just this past weekend, you organized an orientation program to orient members of parliament, to show them how to do their work. This side of the house chose not to attend. And we are seeing the results and the effect of not attending. Mr. Speaker, this is the more reason why this side of the house should have taken advantage of the orientation program that you organized. Because we're taught all these things. So please, let's not politicize these affairs. The Speaker knows what he is doing when he organizes an orientation. Wherever the orientation is, please. It is in Ghana. So you should attend so that you can do this job very well. Mr. Speaker, I think you should be merciful today. Let him ask the question. And I'm sure next time they will take advantage of the orientation program that you will organize. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, let me let the leader know that the specific order is Order 88.3. That is the order. And the member didn't want to sound verbose. At conclave, he knows, and he was told that the deputy leader is out of jurisdiction. And we agreed there. It was needless for us to repeat that. You were told, you were carried along. You are supposed to carry this house along. Leader, when you speak like this, no, leader, when you speak like this, you are a very fine gentleman. We respect you. But when you start punching us and speaking like this, you are compelling us to also come and punch you. And how would you carry the house? It is Order 88.3 if you don't know. We know. We on this side know. We on this side, we know the others. We are not. It is. Speaker, we will not go into the merits and demerits of what happened over the weekend. We are on record to have written formally and communicated formally. We want to leave it aside. We communicated formally to the clerk our reservations. And Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, we had said that any time such, and we don't doubt the wisdom of the Speaker. We don't. We on this side do not doubt the wisdom of the Speaker. Those of you sitting at the back saying that you should quote the orders, you better learn your orders well. You better learn your orders. Speaker, your Honorable Jerry Ahmed, Speaker, the Honorable Jerry Ahmed, this caucus has seen some huge potential in him. That is why, Speaker, on our front bench, he is the only first-time member of Parliament who has been allowed to sit in front. None of you can sit in front. None of you at the back. None of you at the back will be allowed to sit at the front bench. What you should be doing is to be learning. You should be taking a cue. Why the Honorable Ahmed was recognized by the caucus and was given that mandate to sit in front. You will never sit here at this time. You will never sit here. You will never sit here. So, Speaker, I think the member should be allowed. The member elected not to quote the orders. So, Speaker, the member should be allowed to ask the question. We have spent too much time, and then the debate can start.
Yes, honorable members, the standing order is what the Minority Chief Whip referred to, Standing Order 88.3. And it says, in the absence of the member, referring to the member who has filed a question, any other member so authorized may, with the prior permission of the Speaker, ask the question. So, honorable members, in practice, what you do is to state that I have the authority of the person who has filed the question and who, for good reason, is not available. And I ask your permission. That is referring to me, the Speaker, to ask the question. Then you are granted the permission and you proceed to do so. That is the practice. And so I will be holding you people to test. I will hold you. Whether they've gone to hold or they've gone to imprise, so I will hold you. You must go by the rules from now on. I think the honeymoon is over. Yes, so the question I've been asked, Minister, you've heard him. You don't need to repeat the question again, unless you want to repeat. Yes, you want to repeat? Please go on.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to thank you for the further directions, and I take a cue. And I am most guided, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me appreciate the efforts of Parliament and other stakeholders implementation process. These are among other key steps being taken to fulfill the ministry's mandate and the manifesto promises of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We will also engage this August House, especially the Gender Committee, when constituted, to ensure the effective implementation of the Act through its oversight role. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, that is so, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
please. Yes.
with your permission, if I can do the follow-ups.
Yes, please.
How soon after your appointment into office will you set up the Gender Equity Committee to oversee the implementation of the Affirmative Action Act, and what resources will you use to ensure the effectiveness of same?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated, the boards are being constituted as we speak, and so as we have directives and indication from the presidency, we will form the boards, and the equity committee will equally be constituted, and work will commence from there.
Yes, Minister, what is the title of the Act? What is the title of the Act?
It's the Gender Affirmative Action Act, the Equity Act, 2020.
Yes, I want it stated clearly. Was what I see on the order paper.
Mr. Speaker, yes, the order paper did not. It's the Affirmative Action Act, Act 2024. That's the Equity Act. It's the Gender Affirmative Action Act.
I'm sure you have it. I'm sure you have it in your answer. Or you were also misled. It is Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act. 2024 Act. Is there? Yes. Please resume your seat. Sit down. Yes.
Speaker,
Minority Chief Whip. Minority Chief Whip.
The Affirmative Action
Minority
Gender
Chief Whip.
Equity Act.
Minority Chief Whip. Yes.
Speaker, I thank you for recognizing me. Indeed, all of us are fallible. Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act 2024, Act 1121. That's what it is. That is it. That is it. Speaker, go and repeat. Go and repeat it. Go and repeat. Go and repeat that.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I see my minority chief whip is struggling to equalize again. Mr. Speaker, the minister is normally, even when we're in law school, Mr. Speaker, even in examination halls, Mr. Speaker, you didn't have to cite the number of the act. You didn't have to. Even in examination halls. Even examination halls. And in any case, she mentioned it.
I did.
She mentioned it. She mentioned it.
You were reading it. I mentioned
She mentioned it. And Mr. Speaker, with great effort, they Googled and saw the number. With great effort, they Googled and saw the number. Oh, you are reading from your phone. We saw you were reading from your phone. You Googled it. I think on a lighter note, Mr. Speaker, I think we can continue.
Honorable members, this is a very, very important act. And I want everybody in Ghana to know the title and its contents. It's so crucial to the development of our nation. And that's why we took time to detail it out. And we are going to hold the government. We will hold the government to make sure that the provisions of this act are fully and totally implemented. Notice to the government, the percentage cannot be lowered. Are you all hearing me? That percentage of 30% cannot be lowered. Please, any supplementary question?
That is so, Mr. Speaker. So, can you outline the specific targets and timelines for the implementation of the Act? And how do you plan to adjust if these are not met?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I indicated that once we have the committee formed, the ministry itself is in the process of working with CSOs and other stakeholders to ensure that the committees work effectively with this House to start the implementation processes. And so in our budget allocation, some resources have been put in there we have a budget line to ensure effective implementation. Aside the government support that is coming, we are also speaking to DPs who are equally interested in seeing to it that the Act is fully implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have the last opportunity.
I did not get the response on the timelines, so respectfully, if you can indicate that, so we are aligned.
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I repeated that some of the implementation processes are based on the formation of the boards and others, which is underway. And on our part, if you want details, we've met with CSOs, and then we are forming some subcommittees to start the implementation processes. We are also waiting on this August House to constitute the Gender Committee, which plays oversight role. And so when all of these are put in place, definitely you will see more of the actions. Currently, it's more of desk work. And so once we are done, you will see us working.
A supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Supplementary question to the Minister responsible for gender, children, and social protection on the measures and efficient implementation of the Affirmative Action Act 2024, whether what the Speaker said, the current crop of ministers, whether this has been satisfied or implemented, and what would you do as a minister to ensure that the 30% in the Affirmative Action 2024 is achieved? Thank you, Speaker.
I was looking at the ambit of the question. The question was looking for measures the ministry has put in place to ensure the effective and efficient implementation of the Act. The way you phrase your question, I'm not sure it's within the jurisdiction of the ministry, that aspect that you are talking about. So it's very difficult. But if the minister has a response, we will be prepared to listen to her. Are you the minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we are all well aware, the government is in the process of being formed. And so we are watching and looking out. In any case, what has been done so far gives us hope that the 30% or more than 30% target is on course. Currently, we are all appointments that have been made, we are around 23% plus. And so that gives us more hope that with the forthcoming ones, we will meet the target as stated in the Affirmative Action Act. Thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister just informed this House that so far appointments made, 23% of same meets that threshold, and that gives hope. Is the Minister aware that in the cabinet of which he is a member, it's only 10% that has been allocated for women thus far? Is she aware?
Yes, prelude to the debate. Prelude to the debate. Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If the Honorable Minority Leader had listened to me well, he would have heard me say that all appointments that have been made, including cabinet ministers, so all appointments. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Minority Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records, and the Honorable Minister knows that when she enters the dispatch box, she can only deal with facts. With the greatest respect, the government announced its cabinet, and Mr. President communicated his cabinet to the Speaker. The Speaker read the cabinet to this House. Perhaps I may give you some updates. Of the 19, I heard, and you said if I heard you right. So let me put to you what I heard from what Mr. Speaker read. It is you and Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajare, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajare, who were the only ministers, female, that, respectfully, that I heard as being part of the cabinet. If you calculate, it is 10% and not more. Are you saying that this 10% meets the 30% threshold? Is that what you are saying?
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think you had given some earlier guides. You had indicated that the question should, the follow-up question should fall within the ambit of the main question. So, Speaker, I think the Minority Leader should be so guided by you. What has the question of the composition of cabinet in terms of gender got to do with this specific question? There's no relationship. There's no relationship. There's no relationship. There's no relationship.
Mr. Speaker, relying on Order 89, and I shall read. As soon as a question is answered, any member beginning with the member who asked the question may, without notice, ask a supplementary question for further clarification of any matter of fact on the answer. But a supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. Yes, relax. Mr. Speaker, would the Majority Leader be patient and tolerant for this exercise? Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister at the dispatch box told this House that so far the appointment made meet the threshold. Mr. Speaker, appointments are in categories. We have the cabinet of the president. And I am saying that per the communication from the president, this is coming from your own answer, not me. And I am anchoring my supplementary question on your own answer in accordance with Order 89. Mr. Speaker, if the minister says that so far government has complied in terms of appointment made, I am asking her whether she is aware that the cabinet composition has only 2 women, and that 2 is herself and Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajare, and that amount to only 10%. You said I didn't hear you right. I heard you. Are you aware that in your own cabinet you are only 2 women out of 19? Are you aware? Mr. Speaker, this is a question that the minister must answer. The Majority Leader should not Majority leader should not attempt to shield the minister. The minister must answer this.
Majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader should be guided by our standing orders. Order 89.1 that he seeks to rely on says that as soon as a question is answered, any member beginning with the member who asks the question may without notice ask a supplementary question for further clarification of any matter of fact or on the answer. But a supplementary question, listen. But a supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. It is the original question. The original question is the yardstick, not the answer. The original question, the question is the yardstick for further questions. Otherwise, you have to give the minister time to go and then you ask a proper question, they'll come back. So please, Mr. Speaker, the question he's asking doesn't arise from the original question. That's my point. I'm saying that even asking based on the answer, is that okay? The rule is very clear that the yardstick is whether or not your further question falls within the original question. The original question. It didn't say the answer. It didn't say the answer, the original question.
I think it's proper we move into the debate. Let's use this as a prelude to the debate. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am ever ready to go on that jurisprudence part with the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, if he wants us to deal with the question, then let's read the question. The question reads, to ask the Minister for Gender and Children and Social Protection, what measures the ministry has put in place to ensure the effective and efficient implementation of the Affirmative Action Act 2024. Mr. Speaker, the minister is in office. Government is being formed. Her duty in ensuring implementation is what the questioner wants to know. In the process of assuring this House that measures are being put in place, she then added that appointments made so far have all complied. And Mr. Speaker, I am asking her, emanating from her own answer and anchoring it also on the question, which is not new, to demand of her whether or not she is aware that the President of the Republic, fully aware of this act, based upon which he appointed you as a minister, and you are assuring this House that so far they've complied. Are you aware that in his own cabinet, of which you are a member, only 2 of you out of 19 have been announced as cabinet ministers? We have Minister for Fisheries. She did not make it to cabinet. To make it 30%, only 10%. And the majority leader is preventing you from answering when it's a matter of public record. Mr. Speaker, the minister must answer this question. So you should tell us that your government has failed in putting in place measures to meet this 30% threshold. You should let us know. The government has failed. Mr. Speaker, the government has thus failed in meeting this threshold. So answer. It's a question, it's not out of order, it's within the remit of Order 89. You will answer. Mr. Speaker, please get her to answer this question.
Yes, Honorable Suhini.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to draw the majority leader's attention to the minority leader's attention to Order 81-2, which says that a question shall be restricted to matters for which the minister, the member or the head of independent constitutional body is responsible, or which affect the general policy of the ministry or independent constitutional body. Mr. Speaker, in this case, she is not responsible for appointing people to cabinet. Again, Mr. Speaker, the answer the minority leader is seeking to find out, like he himself has correctly stated, is a matter of public record. And we are also told in this house that you don't ask questions of ministers on matters that are already known to this house. And for that matter, a matter of public record. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is only concerned about making a statement and restating, I'm sure for the public gallery, that cabinet appointments is short of meeting 30%. That's all he seems to be interested in. Mr. Speaker, in that case, I'll suggest to him to do a statement that I'm sure you'll be kind enough to admit, so that he can make that statement on the floor and not pass it through a question. Because clearly what he is doing is not questioning the minister. It is just making a statement for the media and for the public to take note of the fact that, oh, there are only 2 women that have been appointed. Thank you.
You want us to continue? I thought we should move to... Sorry?
Respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect, the minister has made a statement on this House floor which contradicts public records. Mr. Speaker, the minister cannot escape this. In all humility, she told us that all appointments made have met the 30% threshold. That is what she said. Mr. Speaker, that is what she said. She says that, Mr. Speaker, they have met that threshold. Mr. Speaker, let the minister answer the question. Because all this protection, I don't see why all of them are preventing the minister from answering. She should answer the question. If the question is out of order, that should go into the record, and I will submit. Mr. Speaker, I've asked the question. If you think that the question does not meet the requirements of Order 89, rule me out of order and let the records take note of it, and then we all be guided by posterity. But as far as I'm concerned, the question has been asked, the minister would have to answer, no matter the protection from the majority leader and my respected friend Suhini, who is trying to go under the 81 to create his own issue. I don't mind, but the question must be answered.
Well, from the basis of your further supplementary question, I think you got it wrong, because the minister clearly stated that so far the percentage of appointment is 23. She stated in the answer, but she did not say anything about 30%. I just listened to you. I'm trying to correct the error you've made as the basis for your further question. Because you stated that she said that the appointments have met the 30% threshold. And I'm saying she didn't say so. She said 23%, not 30%. So, please, may we proceed to the debate, because I know it's an issue that is dear to members, and that you raise it again. I am very, very clear in my mind, and my passion for this bill is beyond measure. And so I will support any person who want to see the total implementation of the provisions of the bill. I will do that. So let's proceed to the debate. Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I still have 3 more supplementary questions. I still have 3 more supplementary.
Well, please, can you read the standing orders?
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided by Standing Order 89.3. And with
Yes.
your permission, I read the 3.
Yes.
Any other member may be allowed to ask not more than 2 supplementary questions, except that the majority and minority leader or co-leaders may each ask not more than 5 supplementary
So
questions.
where do you come? Are
Mr.
you
Speaker,
a leader or co-leader?
Mr. Speaker, it is Mr. Speaker. The interpretation, Mr. Speaker, the interpretation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even though I'm guided as leadership mentioned in the standing orders, my understanding with the Order 89.3 has been loaded on our screen. If you mention the majority leader and the minority leader, my understanding is that the co-leaders are the other leaders. But if it is not the case, if it is not the case, Mr. Speaker, if it is not the case, I am guided. If it is not the case, I am guided. But I know that Mr. Speaker can always create room to accommodate us and allow. Us to make ask questions
Of papers and of the appointments committee. Sorry, minority leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, unless the majority would insist that they will do this without our input. We are just discussing this matter. They've just made the draft report, the report available to my deputy whip. I'm in communication with the minority, deputy minority leader. Deputy majority leader, I'm sorry. Deputy majority leader, Mr. Speaker. I want us to discuss it so that we'll do this tomorrow. I am not aware of this, but if there's a new precedent that they want to do it, then I've made my point.
Yes, Chairman of the committee, what is the position?
Right, Honorable Speaker, at the committee sitting, we have agreed, we went through the 12 reports. Honorable Speaker, what is outstanding is the 13th report, which has not been concluded. But we are talking about the 12 reports that we all sat at the meeting room, we've gone through it, and we have approved it, and it is to be taken by consensus. So the majority leader and the ranking member of the committee should be informed that we are talking about the 12 reports that a committee has agreed upon, but not the 13th report.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Times, we don't need to be making certain pronouncements for records. I am aware that this is a 12 report, and I'm not acting in bad faith. I am in discussion with the leader and his deputy. Please. Sometimes.
Well,
yes, Mr. Speaker, the understanding is that we would have a discussion because this very report, he presided. The first, the deputy majority leader was the one who presided when he was out of the jurisdiction. And he's just reached out to me and I said, look, no problem, let's discuss. And then we can be late and then rely on order 104 and then even move it the same day. Once we resolve the matters, there's no problem. So why would we be breaking shoulders over this matter? As if I'm preventing you. If it's your pleasure to have your way, so be it. But that's not the understanding we've had in this house. The practice is that we all engage. Sometimes don't create the impression for public records as though somebody is difficult. I always act in good faith.
I don't see much problem in this. Chairman, just a minute. I think what the chairman conveyed to the House is that you've already agreed on the report. Now, if after the agreement, the two of you have identified something that you need to consult, that should have been made known, and then you go. Yeah, but the chairman is not aware. Well, but he is the one presenting the report. That's his report. Even though it comes from the committee, as at now, that is a report that he has to present. So he is not aware. And that's why he's emphasizing that you agreed. Now, you have identified something that there's a need for further discussion. You should have made that in your submission so that we can give you more time to discuss. Because once it's consensus, we should go on that tangent. Yeah, so Majority Leader, I think we should allow the deputy Majority Leader who chaired the committee meeting during the discussion of this matter to engage him, and whatever differences they identified, they discuss with the chairman of the committee. Then we can present a report and move on. Please. It's not by majority, it's consensus. So don't let us break that rule. Let's go on. Then we'll go straight to the debate. Please do your consultation and let us know the outcome today. Let's go straight to the debate. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, with respect, there is a pending motion. My understanding from the Minority Chief Whip, who was at conclave, was to the effect that the motion can only be taken today with you presiding. And according to him, the first Deputy Speaker communicated that to him at conclave, that your indication is that you would want to preside over that motion yourself. Mr. Speaker, I reached out to the clerk at table on this matter because I cannot see it on the order paper. He tells me that, yes, he has the transmission in his office. He's yet to get us the supplementary, the order paper addendum. Mr. Speaker, I remember that the indication was that we can have this done today when we wanted to take it before SONA. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the other people need to weigh.
The discussion, the motion that he has mentioned. But the discussion was that the motion may be taken today, Tuesday. But the order was not indicated. It wasn't indicated that it will be taken before the motion on SONA. The indication was that it could be taken today, Tuesday, after the SONA. Yes, you wanted it before the SONA, and I was there, and there was some discussion, and you were, urged upon to put it after the SONA, and you agreed. Yeah, you agreed. Nobody is saying that there was no such understanding. And today was proposed, but it wasn't said definitely that. It will come before the motion on the SONA. That was the point. There was no clear commitment that it will be before the motion. So we can move the motion on SONA, and then if by the time we finish, the addendum is here, we can also move that motion. In any case, you can even...
I presided over the discussion. I ruled that the motion will be taken today. It's half-hour motion that was proposed. That was what was proposed. And based on my advice, we decided that it should be a substantive motion, not half-hour. Because half-hour will be too short for such a motion to be properly deliberated upon. So we agreed to make it a substantive motion. The proposers of the motion led by the minority leader insisted that it should be taken before the motion for the SONA. But at the end of the day, my ruling was that it should be taken today. The order I did not state. I did not state because the order paper gives the order of business for the day, unless a member gets up to call on the speaker to vary the order of business. So I did state clearly that please ensure that it be programmed and to be taken today. That one, I'm very clear about that. The majority leader was not happy about it being taken today. That one's very clear at the meeting, but I insisted that it should be taken today. That is what happened. This was in my office. Minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, if you may recall, the conclusion of the discussion led to hear the majority leader even insisted that once we are done with the motion, no reference should be made in the debate of SONA. Mr. Speaker, that is what he said. And Mr. Speaker, when he said that, you said indeed it cannot, once the matter is closed and referral made, no further reference can be made in the SONA debate proper. Mr. Speaker, if we agree that we are closing it, then how can we then say that we didn't agree on the order? Mr. Speaker, it's already 3 p.m.
You don't debate the speaker.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I'm not doing that. You called me.
That is what you are doing now. And what we just referred to was the time we were discussing the half-hour motion. That was when these matters came up. But when we finally agreed that half-hour was not sufficient, it should be a substantive motion, that part did not come in again. I'm very clear in my mind about these things because I swore an oath, and I'm bound by it. So when I'm discussing things with you people, I just don't take them for granted. I want to follow strictly according to what we agreed upon. And that is what I'm doing. I advise you that 30 minutes duration was too short for the subject matter that you have proposed. It will be enough space for members to air their views. And finally, you were convinced and agreed we should do it substantive motion. And I directed that, yes, it be programmed for today. So these are not things that you come and then argue over on the floor of the House again. It will be done. So please bear in mind as we start the debate that this will also be part of the business of the House today. The substantive motion that has been proposed, even though not on the order paper, should be brought as an addendum to the order paper so that we can debate it today. Yes, please. So let's move on to the main item for today. And we'll, you know something? Oh, so all this opportunity I've given you to be heard meant that you can't be heard. How can you say that? Please, have you read the text on filibuster? Have you read? No, he knows about filibuster.
Mr. Speaker, with respect. Mr. Speaker, with respect. When you ask me a question and I'm
I am sad to report that the state of our nation is not good. Our economy is in crisis, and our people are suffering unprecedented hardships, unquote.
Yes, your first reading was not our economy, it was our country. So what I have is different. That's why I asked you to read it again.
Okay. Thank you.
So now it is our economy, not our country.
Our economy.
Yes, please.
That's what it is. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a few comments on this profound statement that His Excellency the President made and how we got to where we are. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President has only been in office for, I believe, 2 months. We all knew that the economy was not in good shape. We knew we had challenges. But upon resuming office, he had seen more, that the position is actually worse than we thought. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that a lot of the flagship policies or programs of the previous government had actually failed, except one. Mr. Speaker, and I will start with a free senior high school. Mr. Speaker, in Article 25 of the Constitution, it is clear that if it is possible for the country to actually afford a free education, then the country must do so progressively. When the previous government was in power, they decided that they were actually going to go ahead and do the free education without actually making any proper provision in terms of a budget to cover this. Mr. Speaker, as a result of that, we have been successful at implementing the free education, but we have not been adequately successful in funding it. Mr. Speaker, when you come to another flagship program, which is the 1D, 1F, Mr. Speaker, it is clear, looking back in the last 8 years, when this policy was implemented, we have not actually have a lot of benefit out of it. And it is part of the hardship that we face today. Mr. Speaker, we were told that about 196 or so companies were successful on this program. Yet, there is nothing much to show as to what these companies are actually doing that is having an economic impact on Ghana's economy. But what we do know is that rather than contributing to the economy is actually, or the country is actually paying to them taxes, basically what they call the tax exemption, which means that this is money that the country will actually not get. Mr. Speaker, at some stage, we were discussing about $300 million US. Later on, it was revised down to $100 million. But it was clear to us that it was money that was needed to fund the elections. And unfortunately, or fortunately for us, that did not happen. Mr. Speaker, so basically, this 1D, 1F, which is supposed to provide us jobs, are actually not providing these jobs. And it's as a result of that that we are having the hardship that His Excellency John Mahama was talking about. Now I take another program, which is 1D, 1W.
Honourable Member, the First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Could you? I'm talking about your failure.
Honourable Member, continue.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the other flagship program that has contributed to the difficulties that we have in this country is to do with the planting for food and jobs. Mr. Speaker, this program did not provide enough food, that did not make this country food security, and did not create the jobs that should be associated with this. Mr. Speaker, the more planting for food and jobs that we did, the less food we produce and the less jobs we created. It makes you wonder what the previous government was planting, that we did not get the food and did not get the jobs. Mr. Speaker, in terms of unemployment, as His Excellency said, the current hardships that we are facing as a result of a number of our people not having jobs to do, unemployment basically has moved from 8% to around 14%. So it clearly tells you that all these flagship programs that were supposed to create jobs did not actually create them. So the policies were actually a failure, to say the least. Mr. Speaker, another thing that has created the kind of hardships and the crisis this country and the economy is in is to do with a high level of inflation. Mr. Speaker, the inflation that we have in this country today, the bulk of it has been a food inflation. For the last 8 years, all the inflation that we have experienced in the last 8 years, the bulk of it is actually food inflation. Mr. Speaker, we have failed in managing our currency, and we have created unprecedented depreciation of Ghana's currency. It's been the worst currency for many years. It is still the worst currency. It is interesting, when a government or a party that left power about 2 months ago wants the current government that has been in power for 2 months to fix the mess they created for the last 8 years, I will ask them to exercise patience. Their mess will be cleaned up, but it will take a while. So they should not be in rush to ask the current government to clean up the mess. Mr. Speaker, it is actually surprising that with all the problems they created and the amount of debt that we have on our books that resulted in us going to the IMF, even the debt restructuring that we were supposed to do was a mess. We couldn't restructure the domestic debt exchange properly. We couldn't do the external one properly. In fact, we used 137 billion, or we were to use 137 billion to do this domestic debt. And the threshold was to achieve 80%. We could have done so without involving the pension fund. The pension funds was only about 26%. And you still would have gotten your 80% threshold just by taking 80% of 137 billion. But they were flip-flopping. Hardship is what Mahama said. And the cause of that hardship is what I'm telling you. Hardship. What has brought us where we are. The suffering that we are in today was as a result of the incompetent management of the economy for the last 8 years. The poor management of the economy is what has brought us here. The reckless expenditure, the frivolous ones, is what has brought us here today. And that is what His Excellency President Mahama was talking about. Mr. Speaker, they went ahead to do the external debt exchange. They made a mess there, Mr. Speaker, and for a very long time, they could not complete that deal. Part of it was deliberate by the government because they knew what will happen. That if they complete that exchange program, external debt exchange program, the cedi will have further depreciated because they will have to start paying the monies that they haven't paid since 2022. This country was not paying a debt. From 2022, we never paid a single debt of our external debt until the 3rd of January, when His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo came to read his last sona, when he told us 346 million was going to be paid. Until then, they have paid nothing, and our debt was just ballooning. Why wouldn't Ghanaians feel hardship? Why wouldn't people feel in their pocket that things are not working for them? Mr. Speaker, the hardship the President is talking about is the IMF program that was negotiated by the previous government. Mr. Speaker, they have already finished the money. 2/3 of the money had already been taken. 2 billion out of the 3 billion had been spent, and nobody knows what that money has even been used for. The last payment you got, you always talk about smart borrowing. I don't know whether there's also a smart payment. Because you said you had borrowed smartly. IMF gave you over $300 million. Your last money, Mr. Speaker, they have already finished the money. 2/3 of the money had already been taken. 2 billion out of the 3 billion had been spent, and nobody knows what that money has even been used for. The last payment you got, you always talk about smart borrowing. I don't know whether there's also a smart payment. Because you said you had borrowed smartly. IMF gave you over $300 million. Your last money that you took from the IMF, what did you do with it? You took it to go and pay debt. So that is smart payment, according to you. And that money did not benefit the economy the way it should. That is why we have the kind of hardship that we have in this country today. Again, because of your poor management of the economy. You always talk about having managed the economy better than this, better than this, and better than that. But yet, simple things that you could have done, you couldn't do them. Today,